Hello, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Johnny Baghead, as always, and we're still under the weather, unfortunately. Not much I can do. It is mainly just a cough now, like most of the other symptoms are gone. Hey, welcome back, Games Hall of Fame. Whatcha? Happy to see you. So, I've been thinking about this for a while. Literally, someone a while ago, one of my regulars, just asked me about what PlayStation 2 games do you like, which are good, which are the best. And I thought about it for a couple of seconds and realized how loaded that question is for me, and how much I have to say about that. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna try and do some sort of ranking tier list thing. I know, they're all the rage, people do them all the time. But we're going to be going my own rules. We're going to play it fast and loose. I've got a thing planned here. I'm going to swap over. Here we go. Because also I do have some... How are my audio levels? Well, that's too loud for me even, so... I think around there will be okay. Yeah, that look... Okay, no, I think I'm going to go a bit lower. Because this is supposed to be all background music. Oh, that's a good start. That's a great start. Okay. So this is my tier list. As you can see, we're blank. We're starting fresh. So... I've gone for my own categories here. I know people like to do letter grades or order by number. I personally don't like to get that specific with stuff, because if there's a game... Sorry. Ugh. But yeah, if like, let's go to the prime example. If someone's gonna ask me what are the top 5 games, I would actually have a really hard time ordering them, because a game can be can be amazing for very different reasons, very different genres. Like if someone asked me, sorry, that just got really bad. Let me get a drink. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna sound funky for a minute. Yeah, that'll fix itself, don't worry. But, you know, some of the best fighting games on PlayStation 2, why would any of them be better than, say, like a racing game or a first-person shooter? They're so vastly different, and in some cases can be vastly different in their own genre, even. So, there is not going to be any particular order to this. This is just my personal... These are the ones I like. And I've gone for interesting categories here. So we're going to start off, we've got masterpieces. These are just the best of all time. In my opinion, these are must-plays. I'm going to get this out of the way, just because this is a personal pet peeve of mine. Yes, this is opinion-based, because that's what an opinion is. I'm going to think my opinion is right. So, if I do get any comments on the VOD or elsewhere, that's like, oh, I don't like this, it's your opinions, why are you saying this? Because it is my opinion. I'm going to argue my opinion on the position that I believe it's correct. Who argues for a position that they themselves go, yeah, but I don't think it's correct? That's a self-defeating argument. So obviously these are all going to be subjective. There is no objective thing here. Two people can play the same game and have completely opposite opinions of it and takeaways from it. So just to get out of the way, because I've Had some people in the past tell me about how movies can be objectively good and how you can prove that a movie is objectively bad. Or like shit like that, and it bothers me to no end, I'll tell you. Alright, so yeah, masterpieces are the ones I'd say must plays, best on the system, arguably hold up today. Great is just as good, but I would not say necessarily a masterpiece. And then we got good, which, you know, like serviceable, still fun, could have some problems that hold it back, but still worth it. Mid is mainly going to be ones where there's nothing technically overarching wrong with the game. Like, I wouldn't consider it bad, but there's nothing about it that really stands out as good. Just a general, like, hey, you can play this, but it just does nothing for me. And then we've got bad but good. And this is an important category for me, and I don't know how many we're going to have on here, but these are games that I don't think are very well made, or have big issues, or I just don't like the way they play, but at the same time, I enjoy them for it. And when we get to some specific examples, that might make more sense. And then we have the just bad. Also, hang on. Okay, it says capture cursor, but I'm not seeing my cursor. Maybe it's showing up on the stream, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. So yeah, just bad. These are ones that play bad and are bad. Then I don't find them fun to play. Like, the only entertainment I think you can get out of them is laughing at how bad they are. You know, like, at most ironic enjoyment, and in some cases not even that. And then these are like my special categories here. We have great, play elsewhere. And the PlayStation 2, massive library. Obviously, we're not looking at every game here, but counting all regions, there are over 4,000 games. And a lot of them were multi-platform games, or ports from PC and things like that. And there are a lot of games that if you just looked at them with no other no other consoles existing, I would put them very high. But knowing that there are other better ways to play them, that's what I'm going to highlight. And then this is the more, just to preface that, you know, I've not played every PlayStation 2 game. Like, I'm not sure if anyone has, especially enough to like form an opinion of it. But we have planned to play. These are ones that I've specifically put on like my back catalog of I want to get to these. Some of these are straight up in my plan to stream document, but some of these are also ones I'm planning to play off stream, things like that. Might play are ones where there's some consideration, but I'm not entirely sold, and you never know. There's only so many games. You have to pick a few at some point that you're just gonna never get to, or a lower priority. And need to play more are games that I've, played some amount, but not enough for me to feel confident making an opinion of. But played enough that and enjoyed it that I still want to play more. Now, I'm using a pre-existing made tier here. This is the every PlayStation 2 game tier list, 500 games, and I think it mentioned they were all like pretty high Metacritic. Though I'm not sure how much that's true, because there's some games they put on this list that I don't think were like in the top 500 PlayStation 2 games on Metacritic. And this is a major problem with tier list maker that I found out when getting ready for this. You can make your own template and customize it very granularly, and then you can find other people's templates. Problem is, you can't really edit them that well. So if I wanted to delete any of these images for games, I don't know if there's a way I can do that. if I want, and there's no way to copy a template and edit it into a new one. It really annoys me because that feels like a really obvious feature. Hey, finally. Hey, I enticed Granatag finally. Yay. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you for the follow, Granatag. Appreciate it. Now look, there are games on here that some people might really like. And you know, that's awesome. It's awesome that, you know, there are games out there that people can enjoy that some others might not. But a lot of these just don't match my tastes. As you can see, there is a lot of sports games in here, a lot of EA Sports stuff, or licensed properties I don't really have any interest in, or stuff that I've just never heard of and don't seem like up my alley, or stuff that's, you know, like Marvel Nemesis, I could move to the just bad category, but I haven't played it, and I don't know if I plan to either. So, you know, I don't really see a need to put it there. Now, this might change at some point. I might look at this, you know, I might find one of these games again and change my mind and go, actually, you know, I am going to play that. These are all your favorites? Well, you know, someone had to be a fan of Marvel Nemesis and Shrek the Third and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, so, you know, go for it. So, how'd you get this list? This was a pre-made one on tier list. Here's all are the ones that came with it. Yep, Incredibles is on there. There you go. But I do have more I'm going to add. Like I said, you cannot take a pre-existing template and copy it and edit it yourself. So while I was able to change the categories and save that, and remix it, if I add any images and then go away from the tab, those disappear. So I have to add these while I'm doing it. So this is a pretty big list. We've got, let's do the, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 18, 19, 20. Okay, we've got easily like 200, 300 games here, including, you know, what I've got, what I can add to it, which, you know what, I'm going to quickly do that now. But yeah, I got a bunch of, there we go. There you go. See, now it's even longer. And there's going to be some interesting ones I added to this list. Some of these I was shocked they were not included. Some of them it's like, no, I get it. But I want to put them on the list. Also, some of these, straight up, I don't recognize. And the images are so small that I can't read the text either. I might try and reverse image search the cover art, but if there's any that I don't know the cover of and someone does know, just give me a shout out and we'll look. But all right, so let's start right at the beginning. We have 24 the game. This is an interesting one. I'm surprised it's got the 2K logo, because I remember hearing that Sony themselves... Oh, why has my mouse cursor disappeared? There it is. That Sony had some development in this. Yeah, it was developed by Sony Computer Entertainment Studio Cambridge, which became Guerrilla Cambridge at some point. But for some reason, North America, the North American branch of Sony was like, we don't want to fucking publish that. So I guess 2K had to publish it instead. Now, straight up, not played it. Never played it. But back when I was a wee lad, I used to get the official PlayStation 2 magazine for the UK. And I do remember them covering this and doing a lot of coverage. And I have watched a bit of 24. It's a wild show. Crazy show at times. But I do have some interest in it. So I would like to check this out someday. Not sure when. But I do want to see it, even if it's dumb. Speaking of, 50 Cent Bulletproof. The first of two 50 Cent games. Now, I played Blood on the Sand, and Blood on the Sand is great. Just, like, not even, not ironic, if some people didn't play it and would assume it was ironic. Like, no, it is just legit a really fun third-person shooter. Has co-op, fun, silly story, fun characters, and obviously you get a bunch of 50 Cent music. Really hard to... Don't know if I could ever stream either of these games because of the music. Bulletproof is required for the full lore, 50 Cent? Well, I had to take your word for it on that. But I do want to check it out, even if it's not good. Which I don't hear it's very good. But I do want to look at it. Okay, so... Now we've got some Ace Combat. Now, I don't believe these are all the Ace Combats, but Ace Combat I entirely missed. And I do want to go back to the Ace Combat games. So those are also going to go into the plan to play. But it might be a thing as well, where going back to all the old ones isn't worth it, and I don't know. Because there are, you know, what are there, like 7, 8 Ace Combat games? Not including, like, PSP spin-offs and other spin-offs. There's a lot. There's a lot. But I would like to check out the series at some point. There are some games here that I don't have every game in the series on the list, but it will kind of represent the series if I've not played any game in the series, as a heads up. Aggressive Inline, I'm also going to put into the plan to play. And the reason why is I hear... There we go, that's a bit better. This is actually one of the better Tony Hawk's Pro Skater clones from that era. I hear it's actually one of the ones that holds up, because a lot of them do not hold up very well. But I do want to check it out, and that might be a stream thing as well, like after we've done all the weird Tony Hawk's Pro Skater ports, we'll look at the more Tony Hawk's Pro Skater clones. But that's where that's going. Okay, here we go. It's going to be controversial for some people. Boom. Amplitude. PlayStation 2. One of my favorite games of all time. I am nowhere near as good as it as I used to be. Granted, for the best experience, you need to play this game, unfortunately, on a CRT TV, because it has really tight input windows, and playing on any modern display, especially if you're like using any sort of like HDMI converter, you're gonna deal with input lag. Also, at some point, I want to mess with using the NTSC version, because I wonder if running at 50 frames messes with input timing windows as well. You know, you've got like less frames a second to input. But this is one of my favorite rhythm games of all time. It's a really engaging, completely unique mechanic where you're activating every stem in a song. So you're not just playing one instrument. You have like... It's essentially like got some proto Guitar Hero or Rock Band idea to it, where you have the note lanes coming towards you and you play a sequence, and then that will activate that stem for a certain amount of time for the song. And then you swap tracks and you go through this crazy futuristic landscape. Oh, hell yeah. Good music. And on a tick. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had to take a call. Alright. But yeah, it's... Now, for some people, I could see Amplitude... seeing... It's the soundtrack is going to be dated for some people, because it's music from around, like, 2003, 2004. But that doesn't really bother me too much. It's a really varied soundtrack, a kind of a wild soundtrack for the time. If you look at Guitar Hero 1 and 2, where harmonics were using covers, but they actually were able to license, and I think the reason is because this is a Sony published and owned game, so it's got a crazy soundtrack. There's like David Bowie, Herbie Hancock, Blink-182, Slipknot, Garbage, like weirdly big names for, like, considering how small harmonics and experimental they were at the time. But I still love this game. I'm just not as cracked at it as I used to be as a kid. But this is still a game that every so often I'll come back and play. It's just tons of fun. It's also got a lot of music that Harmonix made under different pseudonyms as well, and those are really cool. But it's worth checking out. I wish there was a way to play this better modern day. Maybe in an emulator you could account for the, you know, like, delay that modern systems have. And I do know that the newer Amplitude, the one that was a Kickstarter project, I found out recently that there is customs that people make for that now. I believe using, like, the PS3 version in emulator. And that one, people have been importing the Amplitude 1 songs and tracks, you know, the patterns, into that engine, which might be the better way to play it, because there you can mess with timing windows and delay and things like that. But just great, just great. Okay, so Ape Escape, just the series in general, is one that completely missed me. At the most, I would have played Ape Escape 1 demos on PlayStation 1. But I don't think I really understood, when I would have played it, I don't think I really understood platforms at the time, to be completely honest. You know, but it's a series I do want to go back to, because it's one of the, it's probably one of the only, like, mascot characters from this era that Sony made themselves. A lot of the other ones, when you think back to it, who were mascots, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, Tomb Raider, were actually third parties and not owned by Sony. And Ape Escape was actually one that was. But my only real experience is, yeah, I would have played Ape Escape 1 demos and the Snake versus Monkey mode in in Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. Okay, so this one, I don't know what it is. And I'm going to try and reverse image search it. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find out what it is. Let me just give this a try. Oh wait, no, that's Translate. It's the wrong app. Oh, that's Ark the Lad. Okay. Okay. Thankfully, Google reverse image search is going to help me with a lot of these. So, Ark the Lad I just don't know enough about. But I do hear people like it. Yeah, it's just a problem maybe with the tier maker thing. I might have been better with a text list. But then I would have ended up with, like, here's all those 4,000 games. And that would have took so long to vet through. That's why I kind of wanted to go with something that had, you know, visuals for it. I do hear okay things about Ark the Lad. I hear it's... Oh, shit. Are you kidding me? Fucking OBS just went down. Yep, my internet just died on me. Oh, thank fuck I do local recordings now. Okay, I'm just gonna have to wait for a minute. Yeah, I'm not even able to send anything yet. And what's annoying is my router's not showing. It's not. Oh, there we go. We're back. There we go. Hang on. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Just my internet just stopped for a minute there. So sorry about that. Luckily, I have a local recording, so if you're watching this on my VOD channel, there shouldn't be any interruptions. Just me being annoyed that this seems to happen to me this often. So yeah, Ark the Lad. I could be wrong. So Maximo is the Capcom USA games that were kind of Ghosts and Goblins' spiritual successors to, I believe. I don't know about Ark the Lad. I need to do a bit more research on it. But I don't want to put it in the I want to put it in the might play. Because I do hear decent things about Ark the Lad. But I'm just not sure. Okay. Here we go. Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance. Now, this one I'm going to put in the need to play more. So, I've messed with this game a bit. The two times is sometime when I was a teenager, I played the Xbox version, I believe a demo, when I was visiting one of my sister's boyfriends at the time. But my memories of that are really vague. But I've played this recently with my nephew. He's a wee lad himself now. He's about 6. And we played a little bit of it, and, you know, it's fun. But I've only really played about like an hour or two. We did not get super far. So this is, for sure, I need to play more. And this is going to count for the second game as well. So you can count Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance 1 and 2. There might be better places to play, like maybe the Xbox version or the PC remasters is where you want to go. But just, I can't comment on that because I would have to do more research on it. But from what I've played, do seem really cool. You know, kind of like loot dungeon crawler ones. Okay. Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. Yeah, you picked it up eventually. Okay. Okay, Battlefield 2 Modern Combat. Here we go. Battlefield 2 Modern Combat's actually the first Battlefield game I got into. Because I was never really a PC gamer. And I got into this because there was a Xbox 360 demo. Which I'm not sure if you even needed Xbox Live for. But it was just, here's the map, A Bridge Too Far. Which, from what I remember, was just one of the best maps in the game. And it was just, hey, you can play with anyone who owns a game on this map. So, at least for Xbox Live, that was the main map that everyone played. But from what I remember, it also was just straight up like, oh, this is I love that map. A lot of it might be nostalgia just from the demo. Though I have a lot of really funny issues of, if you were to like make an account on Xbox Live back in the day, especially if you were like under 18, by default, voice chat was just completely disabled. You had to do like, and I think what would happen is a lot of people would play that demo, and not use voice chat because literally they didn't know it was disabled. Because when you make an account and you have to like use your age and put stuff in, because you know it's them having digital and online stuff, they don't inform you that they've disabled chat for you. You have to like go into your settings and dig it out. But I think because of people playing the demo and people being younger and that like OS level system being there, a lot of people would play this and just not talk, and you couldn't communicate to them because not only were they not on mic, even though the system came with a headset, they weren't hearing you either. So I have a lot of memories of people jumping into vehicles and just being completely unaware if they're taking vehicles that are supposed to house like 4 people and they just go off on their own. Granted, that issue never really left Battlefield until they got rid of vehicles spawning in the map, where nowadays you pick them from like the spawn menu. But I really fond memories of this. I even remember liking because I actually did play the campaign as well. No, I think there was like multiple campaigns because you could play as different teams. Whoa, great attack. You know, this is a good playlist. I wish the songs were longer. Considering this is like a 4-hour video. Some of these songs, they only play for like a minute. That's a shame. Anyway. But I remember even liking the campaign quite a bit as well. But I don't think you would want to play this on PlayStation 2. You would probably either play it on PC. Like, I don't know if you'd even want to play it on Xbox 360. It's probably just PC. And I don't know if Battlefield 2 Modern Combat is even... Like, you might have to do stuff to get it online nowadays, maybe. I don't know. But there we go. As we're filling these out, this might start to explain these categories more. Grand Tag says, one time I heard British people in VC while playing Forza Horizon. I immediately logged into Xbox.com and disabled it account-wide. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, that's cheeky. That's real cheeky. Okay. Beyond Good and Evil. Now, I'm going to put this in the need to play more. Now, this is one you could maybe technically put in the great, play elsewhere. Problem is, I've never beaten this game. I probably own 3 different copies of this game. I have a PlayStation 2 copy. I also own... Actually, no, I think I have 4 copies. I have the PS2 copy. I have the HD remasters, I think, on both Xbox 360 and PS3. And I'm pretty sure I own the PC version on Steam as well. Oh. It felt like the entire house was mic'd up. I heard everything. Okay, yeah. To be fair, playing older stuff on 360, you didn't really have the options to mute individual people. That actually took a while to get that feature, so I kind of understand that. Like, that's a modern convenience now we take for granted, but back in the day, if there was someone you wanted to mute, there wasn't really an option for it, outside of just muting all voice chat. So, you know, fair enough, fair enough. And heck, it still happens every so often where someone is on Xbox and they have a Kinect plugged in, and it's just picking up, like, all the sound in their house, because it's like a room mic. But yeah, I've tried, I need to, like, properly sit down with Beyond Good and Evil and just finish it. It might even be a stream game someday. What I've played of it, I really liked. It's probably comparable to a Legend of Zelda style game, but with a bit more of, you know, like a bit more fleshed out combat, and then it's got all the fun, like, photography, investigation stuff. And again, the PS2... Here's the thing, though. The problem with a lot of HD remasters is you never really... Unless you know the game, like the back of your hand sometimes, you never really know what's being messed up, what's missing. Some games you can tell. And arguably, Silent Hill 2 and 3 HD Collection, I always say you have to be really dense to not notice some of those issues. Sure, some texture swaps you might not realize, but when you're seeing like 2 different textures next to each other, and one of them looks entirely different, and they're supposed to be on like the same road, or like audio glitches, or the game crashing, or people having teeth textures when they're supposed to have an eyeball and shit like that. Like, I don't know how you look at that stuff and think, oh yeah, this is how it was supposed to be. Like, no, come on. But with some other HD stuff, it can be kind of hard to tell if you don't know the game that well. So yeah, so maybe Beyond Good and Evil, maybe the HD versions aren't the ones to play. But again, I need to play more of it. So that's why it's in this part of the list right now. Black. Now, Granite Tag noticed Black early on and mentioned it was a bad but good game. I would have to play it. I've only ever played the demo. And from what I understand as well, you probably wouldn't want to play the PlayStation 2 version. If you had the option to play the Xbox version, you probably just want to play that one. Because I have seen it, and I remember from the demo, it runs really rough. Like, it was... I think it was more of a tech demo than it was a game, from what I remember. In terms of, like, bullet simulation and gun stuff. One thing I remember from the preview in the official PlayStation 2 UK magazine is they highlighted that apparently if you shot a bullet, it could in theory reach the other end of the map if like it didn't collide with too many objects, because they would apparently, and this might not be true, this might have been PR bullshit. So yeah, you just never know with that stuff. But apparently, you know, bullets, there was simulation of like, oh, these are materials that bullets can go through. And theoretically, a bullet can go all the way to the other end of the level if it doesn't get stopped by something too solid. That might not be true, but that's like the impression I get from the game. But I've just never really messed with it. And I'll have to at some point, just to get more of an idea on it. Just because it's a thing that people... people talk about. Yeah, Bad Game Hall of Fame. Yeah, if you plant a seed of a tree in Black, you can come back in years and see it fully grown. Cut down bullets. Yep. Oh, and who knows? That might be true. We'll never see. Okay, Blitz the League. This is going to be kind of a series one because this is. So this is around the time that Midway lost the license for the NFL, for the Blitz games. And the main reason was because they want... I forget the exact reason why. I think it might have been because the NFL was trying to clean up the image and not encourage the over-the-top violence. And from what I understand, because of that, when Midway went on their own and did Blitz the League, they went the opposite direction and they went even crazier with it. Like you can... the X-ray system that was in Mortal Kombat 9 started in Blitz, where you can take people down and break specific bones, and you can like help injured players by giving them steroids. It's really wacky, a bit insensitive when you think about it, but like it's supposed to be really dumb. I do have a 360 copy of the sequel, but I haven't played that one because my 360 is broken right now. But also I just haven't played much Blitz games in general. And it's stuff I always want to go back to. I always, like every so often, I'll just rewatch different highlights from Yo Video Games, where they do their Blitz Bowls during the Super Bowl, which that's coming up soon, so there'll be a new Blitz Bowl. And they make that game look amazing, but you know, you have to have people to play it with. And, you know, think of little old Johnny Bags in England in like the late 90s, early 2000s. We don't know what fuck American football is. We know what football is. And I didn't really like football. So, there's no way I was going to know about Blitz at the time. Even though I think some of the Blitz games did used to come out back then. A lot of the Blitz games from this generation, the PlayStation 2 generation, just did not get PAL releases at all. I think like Blitz the League 1 and 2 is like the first time that started to happen. But I do want to check it out someday. Okay. There's an interesting one. BMX Triple X. This, I hope, is not a controversial take. This is not me saying it can't be enjoyed, but it is, and it is a fascinating game from the mechanics of where it got made, how it was originally going to have, Dave Mirra was apparently way into it, and it was going to have his name on it, and then some controversy or backlash happened, and his name was completely stripped off. But I've actually played this game, and it's rough. Just like actually playing it as well. Like some of the humor I remember liking, but it's very childish, it's very crude. If you're like a teenager in the early 2000s, it was like hilarious. I bet it's not now. And it's like really dumb stuff. Like I remember some of the bits where one of the objectives is you talk to a firefighter and he's got a hose and he's like, oh, I can't get it up. And you have to help him get his hose pipe up. There's one where the mafia is trying to give someone a concrete shoes burial, and the guy is like in the bottom of a ravine. He's going like, no, I'm not dead, I'm fine, don't worry about it. And you have to help him. And like more, even like way more offensive stuff with like pimps and hoes and the stuff I'm probably not remembering. There's probably a lot of like racial stereotypical stuff as well. This was definitely the era of kind of that edgy comedy, a bit of Jackass, but a bit more of like American Pie, Road Trip, that kind of tone of like comedy was really big. And also one of the main things with this game was that you could they just hired a bunch of strippers and pole dancers and just filled them, and those were the unlockables in the game. Like they were just really going for just the pure edginess. Funny enough, PS2 version, the most censored one. So it's also a play elsewhere, but I'm not going to make a whole bad but play elsewhere category. But I think there's some ironic enjoyment to get out of it, but it's just bad. So that's going there. Okay. The Bouncer. Now personally, I'm going to put this one here. So I actually have played a bit of The Bouncer. I don't think I have a copy right now. I think my sister's had a copy back in the day. Maybe I do, but my PlayStation 2 games are a bit far away for me to see the titles. But I'm pretty sure I don't have a copy right now. But The Bouncer's an interesting game. It's made by Square Enix and Dream Factory. Dream Factory is probably best known for Iriguys and what was the Virtua Fighter clone they made that had like an ex-Sega dev on it? Tabol, yeah, Tabol number 1 and 2, that's Dream Factory. Oh yeah, and yeah, Tag, we joined the Jeff Gerstmann's BBS, and I think as a joke, I had changed, like, because he allowed, I'm surprised, people were allowed to change, like, the topic title, and I changed it to, like, BMX XXX discussion. It was like, oh, cheat codes trading room, we called it. And he joined, and he asked for a cheat code, and I told him the one to unlock the pre-rendered the videos. And he was like, great, thanks, and then just left. I'm surprised you remember that, Tag. But, so yeah. The Bouncer, from what I understand, was a very early PS2 title. I think it was a launch title, at least in North America. There we go. Whatever was caught in my throat, I've managed to dislodge now. But it was Square kind of getting an idea for the PlayStation 2 hardware and developing on it. So it's mostly just a tech demo. Most of the gameplay and design, like, that's handled by Dream Factory. But the art style and the story, that's all Square. Like, all the character design is Tetsuya Nomura. And apparently he's somewhat fond of the arts, the character design. Because this main guy is basically a prototype Sora from Kingdom Hearts. And in Kingdom Hearts 2, there's like one of the characters has a direct reference to the Bouncer. Like on their jersey. It's weird. But like, it's not a good beat 'em up, but the character designs are so funny. The story's so wacky. It's got, I believe it has a co-op mode. You can, like, each character has a slightly different story. It has an unlockable versus mode that I think you can do with 4 people. So I wouldn't call it good, but I think you can have a good time with it. And it's not, like, offensively bad or painful to play. It's just, like, silly and funny. And the character designs are really goofy. Like, it really feels like Tetsuya Nomura was just given no limits. Just do whatever you want. This guy has horns for some reason? Fine, that's fine. Even if that's not part of the universe. Ah, Bully. Canis Canamedit. So, I've played this on and off, but I've never really played it from start to finish. So, I'm trying to think if I've played enough to put this in a category. But I don't like to be preemptive on something if I want to play more of it. So I think I'm going to put it in the need to play more, but with an asterisk. Because I have played a decent chunk, mainly of Scholarship Edition on the Xbox 360. And I've seen some video that argues that even though that has extra content and some visual upgrades, it's actually in some ways the worst version. But I would say I would probably have put this under the great category. Like, somewhere between good and great. I'm not sure exactly where. But I actually, at some point, want to play the whole game. Oh, yeah, the Wii version. The Wii version is interesting because it has the extra content the Scholarship Edition does, but it has the PlayStation 2 visuals. I don't know about the Scholarship Edition. I think that has a PC version. Is that the one that crashes? Yeah. So, yeah, I couldn't say which is the best version to play. I think some people don't like the graphical change of Scholarship Edition as well. So, maybe you would want that. But at some point, I do want to play the whole game through. And that might be a stream thing, because we wouldn't really have to worry about... I don't think there's much, if any, copyright music in it. So... And obviously, there's going to be some parts of it that haven't aged, but it's such a refreshing and different Rockstar game that I would love to see a modern take on. That wasn't, like... They weren't so... enthusiastic about, like, oh, we have to go through this photorealistic thing with all this simulation stuff and this big, like, budget thing. Something of this scale would be really cool to see again. And I think the main thing that would age weird is if you put a new game out that was still about people in, like, high school. So I feel like the sequel, and apparently the houses at some point were considering stuff. I don't know what the nature of that's like now, because most of those people have left. But I think if you had Jimmy in college, you know, or university, or something like that. I know people always talk about the idea of him becoming, like, a GTA protagonist. But from what I understand, the developer's intent was that he was not supposed to be, like, that far. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We got some good ones here. Original Burnout. So, this one, I'm going to put in need to play more. I didn't get into the series until 2, but I have messed with Burnout 1 a bit. Burnout 1 is really interesting, because Burnout originally... Oh no, I'm going to forget the name of it. Hang on. No, I got it. Real Drive. So, Burnout 1 is basically a spiritual successor to a Konami arcade series called Thrill Drive. Always been arcade only, unfortunately. Ask Video Game Esoterica about it at some point, because he loves that series. And he's been like a big proponent in getting them preserved and working. Like, he was directly involved in getting Thrill Drive 3 dumped and put out publicly and running in emulators. And reportedly, Criterion, when they were making the first Burnout, had one of the Field Drive arcade machines in their offices. And if you play Burnout 1, it does have a bit of a different feel than the rest of the series. Field Drive has this specific mechanic where if you crash like a few times in a race, the music, like it's a bit more dark if you crash. Burnout doesn't do it quite the same, but like in Field Drive, when you crash, it's implied that you die, even though you continue afterwards. And the music like goes dire and more like, oh, things are foreboding, something's gone wrong. Burnout 1 has that, which is interesting. Because like the series from then on didn't. And then of course, Burnout 2, Point of Impact. Hang on. There we go. I'm going to put this under great. Burnout 2, it's interesting to go back to because it much like the first one, it still feels like a game that could have potentially been made for arcades. It still has like the arcade timer. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think I tried to play Field Drive over a decade ago when the MAME support was practically non-existent. So you can play it, but only a very specific version of MAME can run it. The current MAME doesn't for some reason. At some point, it got updated. It no longer supports it. But there is a older one out there that does. I don't remember the version. If you find the video game Esoterica video, he tells you exactly what MAME build you need. And Field Drive 1 is playable in that. Now, Field Drive 2 is now... You can actually run it in current MAME. You might need, like, the nightly builds, where you have to, like, you know, they're not pre-packed. You have to, like, build them yourself. But it's, like, it runs, but the visuals are all fucked up. The sound's fucked up kind of thing. But it is technically, like, in the purest sense, technically playable. And then Field Drive 3 is the one that's the most playable because the arcade hardware was literally a PlayStation 2 in a box with a bunch of like custom cables coming out of the USB ports. It's fascinating. Find all the Video Game Esoterica videos on the Field Drive stuff just because it's an interesting deep dive. But Burnout 2, you know, starts to build on that system. Burnout 2 is where we got the boost system, where you were encouraged to do, like, the risk-reward system that is Burnout was built. Having to do near misses, driving in oncoming traffic, drifting, doing jumps to earn boost. And then also a mechanic which was mostly exclusive to Burnout 2, until later, was the super boost. Where if you got your meter full and burnt the whole thing in one stretch, it would instantly refill. But obviously, it's a lot harder to control because you're going at full speed the whole time. Burnout 1 and 2 are also interesting to go back to because though there isn't an open world map, you can see that they actually made, like, this is the open map that the tracks are set on. I don't think in the files that's how it works. Like, I think the tracks are individual files. But it's interesting that far back they were thinking of an open world Burnout that we'd eventually get with Paradise. But it's interesting because, like, later on in the series, they do tracks all over the world. But you play, like, Burnout 1 and 2, and you can see, like, oh, each of the tracks do connect on this, like, overhead map on the menu screen. It's really fun. But it's got an original soundtrack that's really cool. It's dynamic as well. When you boost, the music becomes, like, more upbeat and rocky. And I miss that. I actually kind of preferred that over the licensed music. Burnout kind of had an iffy relationship with licensed music because it was very much just, I think it was EA just putting what was popular at the time in, like, the alt-rock scene. But Burnout 2, still great to go back to. There's also the Xbox version, Director's Cut, apparently has some, like, extra cars and tracks. Haven't played that one though, so I can't comment on if that's the best version. But there we go. And then, here we go. Hang on, there we go. I have to make sure I scroll with the keyboard, because if I scroll my mouse wheel, sometimes it, like, lets go of the image, and then it gets lost in the... I'm going to put this in Masterpiece. Although I do... This might be a hot take. The more I think about it, the more I don't want to put it in Masterpiece. And there's a couple reasons why. So look, Burnout 3 Takedown, revolutionary in terms of adding some form of car combat before was all about guns and missiles and like weapons attached. This was the game that introduced like car ramming and knocking into the environment. What's the game at the very top? This is, well, okay. Here is Burnout 2 and Burnout Paradise. You know what? To help? There we go. That might help a bit. Just because of the way the window works, I can't, like, extend this bottom bit. So there's going to be empty space below. Here, you know, just a... It makes you a bit... There we go. But this is Burnout 2. This is Amplitude, which I'm sure a lot of people would not put here, but I'm going to put here because I love Amplitude. Oh, I forgot as well to mention the crash mode stuff in Burnout. Always great fun. Very factors on like how serious it was. Some of it being very random, but just such a novel idea. These games ran at 60 frames per second and did car damage, and the sense of speed was so fast. And you know, this is a generation where we started to get 60 frames per second stuff, and then after a couple of years we lost it. But Burnout was always there, still pushing 60 FPS. And it's a, you know, nowadays it's changed a bit, but it's still like iffy if a game tries to target it or not. But here's why I'm going to put Burnout 3 Takedown not in a masterpiece, and I think it does have some issues. Firstly, I think the soundtrack is not great. Now, I could see some people having nostalgia for it, but it is a very post-hardcore emo soundtrack, which I don't think was the right pick for Burnout. It's like, I think literally My Chemical Romance and Fall Out Boy are in the soundtrack, and it's a lot of stuff like that. Secondly, this was the one that had the Crash FM DJ, and you can turn him off, but if you have him on, he just does not shut up. He cuts off songs in the middle of races. He doesn't really have anything poignant to say. He's not funny like DJ Atomica in SSX3, which feels like that's what they were trying to go for. And the other thing is, I don't really like the crash mode in 3, because that's the one where they put like power-ups and pickups in it. And the reason why is because to do well in those crash modes, you have to go for those pickups. It's not about causing the biggest pile-up anymore. It's like, though that's a factor, the main factor is, well, you have to get all these points medals, and you have to get the multiplier, and you have to hit the crash breaker. And if you don't get any of those, then you just can't win them. But it, like, if I was to put these in order, I would put Burnout 3 as the better game. Like, maybe arguably Burnout 2 would go in good, but I like Burnout 2 enough that I feel like I would put it in. It's a great game. And now I know this is going to be a bit of a hot take, because for some people Burnout 3 was the best in the series, and Revenge they weren't so much into. But for me personally, there's just some stuff that holds Burnout 3 back that I think, and we'll get to it now, that I think Burnout Revenge fixes. Here's Burnout Revenge. Probably one of the greatest racing games on the system. And funny enough, probably the best version of play. Maybe the original Xbox version also holds up. And also you get like actual analog triggers as opposed to having to use like the analog buttons or the analog stick to accelerate and brake. But Burnout Revenge, again, builds on SSX3. I think it has a better soundtrack that's more varied. It still has a bit of that like emo post-hardcore stuff left over, but there's a lot more just like overall music that I think fits the vibe better. Some people don't like the visuals as much because it's a bit more gritty, whereas Burnout 3 has a very like poppy color palette and saturation, and Burnout Revenge is a little more gritty, though I will say it actually looks worse on the Xbox 360 version. If you play the PS2 one, it's not so bad. It is a harder game. They put a lot more stuff in levels that if you're not driving with care, they'll put like rows of pillars or narrow gaps and things like that. So there's more opportunities to knock opponents into traps, but also you do have to be a bit more mindful of the racing. This also has my favorite crash mode in the series. The power-ups are gone. Instead, you earn Crash Breaker, which is where you explode your car. You earn them by getting a certain amount of crashes in a mode. So you do a run. If you get like enough cars to activate, then a meter comes up and you have to mash X. And then if you fill the meter, you get an explosion that lets you like set off bigger chains and move around the map. This is also where Aftertouch came in, where you could move the car after you crashed. So you could both do it in races to knock into other racers and do it in the crash mode to move around. So it's set up for like even more intricate puzzle stuff. And that's why for me, this is my favorite, because I think it just has the overall best package. Now, I know the traffic check-in stuff is a bit controversial because it makes driving in the on the regular lane almost risk-free, and also it allows for some like cheap takedowns sometimes, though you do have to aim it more so than I think people think. And I do get that, but to be fair, they do litter bigger vehicles that you can't traffic check into those lanes. And also the bigger thing is traffic checking does not earn you that much boost. It's probably like the method that gives you it the slowest, and you would be earning boost quicker if you were doing near misses or if you were driving in the oncoming lane. Plus, the way they integrate traffic check-in into crash mode, where you have to do like kind of set up pull shots, like pull trick shots, is just such a fun addition to that system. But if you're going to play any version, the PS2 version is actually the best looking one compared to the 360 one, because the 360 one, they put a bunch of weird filters, like trying to get used to how HE systems are. And it kind of just looks uglier for it. So I would try and avoid that one. Also, I believe, yeah, also these had online play, but I can't really comment on the online play because I never had the PlayStation 3 network adapter. And I don't know if you can... I know there is like the Revival PlayStation Online stuff. I don't know if you can with these because they might have to go through EA servers. But there you go. Okay, here we go. Call of Duty. So I have messed with these, but these are all going to have to go in the need to play more list, because I've only played like a couple of levels from these. Now, I believe a couple of these, I think like Call of Duty 2, Big Red One, and Finest Hour are original games. They aren't exactly the PC versions. They have their own campaigns and story. These might also be ones where you want to play them on the Xbox just because the performance is really rough on PlayStation 2. But I've never played any of them all the way through. The one I played the most of was it's the one where you start off as the Russians in World War II, and it's the level where they don't have enough guns, so they give some people guns and they just give others ammo to hold to give to other people. And what their commands were is give this to people if they need the ammo. If someone dies, go grab their gun. But I've messed with it, and these do seem cool. I think Call of Duty 3 might be more closer to what they were doing. And then there's also, I guess, a Call of Duty World at War, which might be more related to like when they started focusing more on consoles. But again, not played much of it, so I can't comment on it. But I do have some nostalgia for like playing like a level or two of these around a friend's house. But, you know, they're still worth checking out if you've never played them, because these aren't PC conversions, they are original games. But you probably do want to play them on the original Xbox. Ah, cars. Okay. So, I've messed with this one with my nephew because he's into the car movies. I'm actually going to put this in the Need to Play More. And the reason why is it actually seems quite good. I will say that most of the games were built for 7th generation, so PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. Though I think some of the PS2 ones are a bit different, and this is going to count like all games in the series for me, because I think there were like 3 or 4 of them. But they're actually pretty cool games. They're a mix of racing games and adventure games, where they have, you know, racing in the universe, but then afterwards you'll have like explorable, kind of like Jak and Daxter 1 maps or Ratchet and Clank maps, where you can find side quests, get collectibles, do missions for people. Like, I'd say probably the most comparable to Jak and Daxter 1, but with not so much as a collectathon style. But it actually does seem pretty decent. Oh, yeah, Champions Noraf. Okay. I'm going to put this in Might Play. So, I'm going to do a shout out here, which I don't know if I have a shout out command. Let me try it. Maybe I don't. I might not have the command. Whatever. Okay, PS2 or Die is a channel that I randomly found last year. It was just recommended to me. Is a guy who is trying to play through every PlayStation 2 game ever, even like all regions. It's a crazy task. I wish him luck. In fact, I've requested a game. He's going to play Ridge Racer 5 for me once he gets like a couple games out the way. But I know Champions of Noraf from when he made a video from when he played it. And it does and I believe there's 2 of them. No, the second one is kind of more of an expansion where they didn't really have that much time, so they kind of had to build off the original assets. But you could carry your characters over, so it kind of did work as an expansion. These are comparable to, you know, similar area to... Hang on, yeah, there was a cursor. Similar area to Dark Alliance. But I don't know if I would play it. Because, though he had some, like, fun nostalgia for it, it didn't make it sound like a must-play. And also, it sounds like you need a co-op person to play this with. And there might be better places also to play the Noraf games. But I'll put that there for now. Okay. I think I'm going to put this in plan to play. Cold Winter is one that I remember seeing a lot covered in the PlayStation 2 magazine. And I think it had some like really interesting tech. Like they were trying to go for some amount of realism in terms of like body physics and gun physics and stuff, but I actually don't know enough to comment on it. But I do want to check it out because I think it only has PS2 version. Let me double check. Cold Winter game. Yeah, it's PS2 only, developed by Swordfish Studios. Oh, its story was written by Warren Ellis. There we go. Interesting. But I want to check it out more before I can make an opinion on it. But here it is, a cool PlayStation 2 game. Okay, so this is going to be a series one that I'm going to have to need to play more. Because there was a couple of Colin McRae rally games on PlayStation 2. But from what I've played, and I believe I have the fourth one, they are really good kind of sim-caddy rally games. Especially if you hook them up with a wheel. But I used to play a lot of them in demos. That and I think World Championship Rally. I gotta kind of play them again and figure out which ones I remember. One of them I remember playing a lot in the demo, where they would have, rally tracks that were on cliffs, and you could just constantly drive off the side and wreck your car. And I remember them having really good damage models. Like, Burnout went for the more ridiculous damage models. These went for something a bit more realistic. But it was still very impressive. Oh, yeah, Batgame Hall of Fame. Can you remember how well the N-Gage version of McRae Rally 05 holds up? That one was interesting because it looked like they had took Colin McRae 2.0 on PlayStation 1 and ported that, but with, like, 05 tracks and up-to-date cars. And Colin McRae Rally 1 and 2 on PlayStation 1 is really impressive for the time. You know, like, I believe they were ahead of Gran Turismo in terms of rally simulation. And I think arguably a bit better because rally was never the main focus in Gran Turismo games. But I remember watching you play it. And it did seem to be the PlayStation 1 engine or something close to it. But those, like, the PlayStation 1 games hold up, I'd argue. And I believe they work with the Namco Joy-Con, which I've shown on my Twitter and we'll look at some point. So you can even get, like, play it with a facsimile of a wheel with force feedback on PlayStation 1. But, yeah, PlayStation 2 games, from what I understand, are good. But I need to play them more to get, like, a general idea. Okay. So we've got the two Crash racing games here. I actually noticed that not all the Crash games are in this list. I'm not sure I really have any interest in Crash, but I might play the kart ones, like Crash Kart specifically, because I never really grew up with Crash Team Racing on PlayStation 1. I might play the demo, but I just never really got into it. I know one of these is, like, not considered that good. But you never know, I might check them out. I don't want to completely write them off. And I believe this is Crash Wrath of Cortex. And I might check that out. Again, used to play a lot of the demos of the Crash games back in the day. But I mostly got into the series because I got the Crash Bandicoot, like, remake trilogy on PlayStation 4. And that got me into the series. I really enjoyed that. And that's made me want to check out more. But I know after 3 is when the series was very hit or miss and more middling in quality of, like, you know, they were trying different things, sometimes playing it safe, sometimes not playing it safe. But I do want to play Crash 4. It's about time. I just would, and I probably would stream it as well. But I don't currently have PlayStation Plus, which is where I have it. Ah, here we go. Okay. Oh, a part of me wants me to put this in Masterpiece, but I don't think that's fair. I think I'm going to put it in Great. I think if it had to be a Masterpiece... So here's the reason why. So, originally arcade game, and then made for a Dreamcast port that had extra home content. The PlayStation 2 version, I don't believe adds anything extra. Like, it might look slightly better. Like, I think it might have a slightly better draw distance than the Dreamcast version. But it's... from what I understand content-wise, it's the same as the Dreamcast version. And granted, this was right when Sega was first coming out of the console business and doing third-party stuff. In fact, this was before they were publishing their own stuff. This was published by Acclaim. For a bit, Acclaim was doing their port work for them and publishing work. Like, yeah, I don't think it's even ported by Sega. But Crazy Taxi, a great game. It's always really fun to go back to. Crazy Taxi 1 is probably the best version to play. I think it has the best maps. Oh, hey. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cell Stuff. I appreciate it. So, yeah, Crazy Taxi is really great fun to go back to. It's one of those weird things where I would say, like, some combination of the games would be a masterpiece, and that's almost what Crazy Taxi 3 is, but unfortunately it's missing maps, and they picked the worst map in the series to represent Crazy Taxi 2, which was unfortunate. But this is like the purest one, because it doesn't have the jump. Which the jump kind of let you cheese stuff a bit. Though also, like, gave you like a higher skill ceiling for like the Crazy Box stuff. But always fun to go back to. Dreamcast or PlayStation 2 is probably the version to play. Though Crazy Taxi is interesting to play because it has the Crazy Taxi 1 map and soundtrack. But it actually has a slightly bigger map. They actually added some like extra areas to the regular map. I just wish that Crazy Taxi 3 had like all 4 maps from the first 2 games in it. But yeah, I can't quite call it a masterpiece, but I do really love Crazy Taxi. Alright, Dark Cloud. I believe this is an RPG one. I'm going to put this in might play. This is one I just need to do more research into. I just don't really know enough to comment on it. But I don't want to write it off. And same with Dark Cloud 2. Yeah. Now, Dave Mirra's BMX 2. Yeah, I do hear good stuff about Dark Cloud. I just don't know anything about it, really. But I'm still want to check it out one day. Okay, Dave Mirra's BMX 2. So I've not played it too much. But from what I understand, I think it's maybe around here. Like, I've played it a little bit. This is the one where you can play as Slim Jim. But this was Acclaim's take on the Extreme Sports series. I did play a decent amount of the Dave Mirra BMX games on PS1. Specifically the demos. And they were always interesting. They were kind of building off of where they started, I think, with like Thrasher, Skate and Destroy, where they were going for like a bit more of a simulation physics-based thing. But for BMX 2 is kind of whack, but it's also really funny. You know what? I'm going to move it. Because it's more of an ironic enjoyment the more I think about it. Okay. So we got a bunch of Dance Dance Revolution games. And I'm not sure exactly which one's which, because they would have different names in the UK. For copyright reasons, they're all known as Dancing Stage here. But this is a good era for these games. I'm just going to kind of all put them under great, because I don't know enough about each game to comment on the soundtrack. But I do remember, and I think I have one of the PS2 ones, but I'd have to look up which one I have. I can't remember if I... No, well, one of them I sold, but I think one of the other ones I kept. But definitely really cool soundtracks at the time. Max Unlimited stuff. Drop the Bomb remix. Naoki stuff. These are kind of all bundled together, though. And obviously, to play these really good... I can't really touch these anymore, like, outside of using the controller because of my disability. But, you know, if you're hardcore into these, you would, you know, get fucking proper Metal Arcade-style dance mat and play on those. But this is more... The thing with Dance Dance Revolution is it feels weird to even rank the games, because all you're really ranking is the soundtrack. But I'm just going to kind of put them all together. It's like, yeah, just a great series. Alright, Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore is going to be Need to Play More. I think the version of Dead or Alive 2 I've played the most is Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate for the original Xbox, which was an updated port of this version, which is in itself an updated port of the Dreamcast version, which I do have. I do have a copy of it on PlayStation 2. But this would probably go around here. I think for Dead or Alive 5 is generally considered the best one. But on Xbox, I need to play the Xbox ones more. Cool thing though, you can play... You know what I'm probably going to do then? The best versions of Dead or Alive to play are of 1, 2, and 3 is probably the Xbox versions. So I'm going to say these are great, play elsewhere, because that's the version I'm most familiar with. And everything that's in this version is in the Xbox version. Looks better in the Xbox version. There's more content in the Xbox version. So, there we go. Okay, Dead to Rights. This is going to be a plan to play. Just because this is a series I missed. But it has a good boy in it. There's your little good boy. Helps you out. Nice dude. Wait, how short was that song? I've got to look at that. Oh, okay. It did last a bit. Oh, wow. There was a song in here that was only like 30 seconds long. This is a hilarious video with all these PlayStation 2 songs in it. But yeah. I hear these are fun city games, but you get a good boy. I believe in one of these you can actually play as the dog as well. Hey, it's that dog. Okay. So these are both going to go under Need to Play More. I would definitely missed out on these at the time. I wasn't really familiar with the Aki style wrestling games. I have them now, but it was my sister who had those. I grew up with the PlayStation 1 SmackDown games, which are great, but they're very different. They're like very arcadey, very fast, not very technical until like way later in the series. But I do plan on playing these. From what I understand, I think it's kind of per person. Some people prefer the original because it's more wrestler. Fight for New York is a bit more of its own thing, built off of that engine, but it's got more like street fighting and martial arts style. But don't get me wrong, I might not specifically have much hands-on these, but these are great games, and unfortunately they're never going to get re-released. It would be a miracle if they somehow were able to get all these licenses for each one back. But if you're gonna play these, either play the PS2 version of Vendetta, definitely the PlayStation 2 version, because I imagine that the GameCube one probably has sound compression and cuts like Fight for New York does. And for Fight New York, it would either be PS2 or Xbox. But I think they're mostly comparable. But again, GameCube one's missing a lot of the soundtrack. And also all the custom voices in the campaign. You only get one in the character campaign. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Destroy All Humans. This also will have to go in the Need to Play More. Me and my nephew messed with the first one a bit, which he did have fun with. But again, I think just missed me by. I know there's also remasters of these now. Or are they remakes? I forget what they are. those might be the versions to play. But these are fun, goofy games that I really want to check out more, and that's why. But I have had some hands-on with them, so that's why they're going to be in the need for play more tier. Ah, yeah, Deus Ex. I'm surprised someone put this in here. Now this is... Now I've played this for about 2 hours, not long ago actually. In the Bad Game Hall of Fame Discord, the game room. I'm kind of tempted to put it somewhere, but you know what? I need to play more of it. Really interesting because, you know, the original's a PS2. It's not a PS2 game. The original is a PC game, and they do a lot to adapt this for console. And in some ways, so I always heard, you know, oh, Deus Ex is great. It's this immersive sim, like kind of one of the pinnacles of that style. You should check it out. And probably over a decade ago now, I did. And I've only played like typical first-person shooters. Tried it, had a terrible time because you point at a guy, you shoot, and you don't hit them. And the whole idea of, you know, gunplay that was RPG based just was so alien to me. And also, it always felt like that the game is good when you know how to play it, but it doesn't teach you everything you need to know how to play it. The PlayStation 2 version is a very interesting version because it has different character models, but like worse graphics in some ways. But it actually does have tweaked gameplay where the gunplay is still has like the RPG mechanics where you have to level it up, but it's a bit more how console shooters were at the time. Like, it's more viable. The levels are a bit, you know, they do the thing where they have to segment the levels, but because a lot of it is streamlined for console, this might actually be the version I would prefer to play. Obviously, performance is a problem. So, but it has an unlocked frame rate, so the best place to play it might be emulated. But I'm tempted to do a full playthrough of this version, just because it's so interesting. And if you're someone who like struggles to go back to Deus Ex because of its like more dated designs, this is an interesting one to check out. You might gel more with. Ah, yeah, here we go. Hell yeah. I'm going to put this in great. Now, this game, in some respects, can be very hard to go back to. It doesn't have checkpointing. It doesn't have level select. But the core of it, and also it has some, like, weird gimmicky choices, like the underwater stuff didn't need to be in there at all. But the core of it, and for, like, what it laid the groundwork for what would become the stylish action / character action, if you prefer that name, genre, can't be overstated. Like, if it wasn't for this game, it's hard to say if modern hack and slash games or beat 'em ups in general would have ever got to this technical level. They might have just stayed in the kind of button bashy territory where, like, oh yeah, you might have some like juggles and unique moves, but you wouldn't have these deep systems that encourage you to get better at a game and really explore the engine and figure everything out. But I do think you do have to judge this within context. This was 2001. It's the first time someone ever did this. Obviously, it was purposeful. We know that from the development side, that the choice of mechanics in the way the game's built was purposeful, but obviously the fact it created a subgenre was not the goal. But the combat is still really engaging to go back to. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the follow, Nebulas. One thing I will say, this is technically the best version to play. The HD version, unfortunately, actually has a ton of issues. It seems to be based on an possibly, I don't think it's based on the final version. It feels like it's based on a version from like maybe a month or two out from launch, because there's a lot of like weird asset changes. There's missing effects, sound effects like playing at the wrong speed. Also just some like general effects that worked on PlayStation 2 that don't work in the HD version, like alpha effects and translucent texture effects and stuff like heat haze effects and stuff like that. Motion blur on just specific animations, not on like the overall game, and depth of field. It's surprisingly kind of similar to the HD Silent Hill HD collection. Just the difference is it doesn't affect the gameplay as much. It's just the visuals. But the HD version ends up, I think, not looking as good because of it. So the only thing that's a bit weird is if you play the NTSC version, for some reason Capcom USA at the time were super paranoid that rentals were going to steal all their sales. So they would intentionally fuck with the games to make them harder to complete. And for Devil May Cry 1, they've swapped the jump and the sword button. If you've played like any of the other Devil May Cry games, your muscle memory is going to instantly be confused. But you can, and the HD version does fix that. But you know, if you've got the means for it, you can load up the Japanese version, follow a guide that will tell you like where to take the key items, because obviously the text, because the game's still voiced in English, it's just the text is in Japanese. But if you follow a guide that will just tell you where to put the stuff, because the puzzle stuff in Devil May Cry 1 is literally just take key item to this room. Most of the puzzle stuff is usually in finding the collectibles. And you know, there are some issues there, like you can't retry a lot of secret missions, you can only find them the first time. It's also a brutally hard game. It's still probably the hardest game in the series, even on just like normal mode. But it is so rewarding when you get good at it, and there's so much hidden depth that was just unknown because it was only ever talked about for a very long time in Japanese exclusive guidebooks that we didn't get translated until like a decades later. Still great to go back to. Devil May Cry 2, on the other hand, I hope this is not a controversial take. This game is not good. I don't know why some people defend it. What's there to defend? It plays like crap. It looks crap. It sounds crap. If you play it on normal, it is a fucking snooze fest in terms of difficulty. If you play it on the hardest difficulty, it actually breaks a game and in some cases comes near impossible to beat. It is essentially an unfinished game that Itsuno, the director of the series from this onwards, it does rock ass though, I can't deny that. But Capcom, development hell, like, developed this the wrong way, put an inexperienced team on it, none of the team who worked on the first game. Most of the design choices were based on a survey from people who didn't like the first game. Oh, make the guns stronger. Oh, the levels are too narrow. Oh, I don't like Dante. Make him like a brood cool guy. So you just end up with, like, such an awful game. And it's not even entertainingly awful. Like, some of the cutscene stuff is, but actually playing it, it's so hard to get anything meaningful out of it. But it is, the one thing about it is fascinating to see the ideas that were thrown in late into the development that actually carried over to the series. Some of the gunplay moves became what would be gunslinger style throughout the series. It's got the wall run. It has like the Sin Devil trigger for the first time. Oh, Grey Tier. Grey Tier. I have two Grey Tiers. We have Might Play. And then I have games I've started to play, but I haven't finished them, and I can't quite give a take on them yet. And then these are games that I'm just not planning on playing because they were in this tier list already, and I didn't know how I couldn't find a way to delete them. Though, maybe some of these will change. Don't think I'm going to be playing the Bratz game anytime soon. I don't know why it was even included on this list. On the plus side, you do get to put Dante in diesel clothes. So if that's your thing, then maybe you love this game. I don't know. Here we go, though. Devil May Cry 3. Masterpiece. Hard to argue otherwise, despite the fact I have seen people argue that Devil May Cry 3 isn't good. Actually builds on the first game, and even takes what was interesting ideas from the second game and puts it in a package that is so compelling. And again, much like Devil May Cry 1, the HD version is actually not quite the best version to play. It's not as bad as Devil May Cry 1, but there are some like missing depth of field effects, some messed up like alpha effects and texture work, and some places where they did improve stuff. And weirdly enough, the Switch version has fixes that aren't in the PC or the other console versions. And also, the Switch version, sadly, I wanted this update to come out on the other platforms, but it's still Switch exclusive. Added like extra features like letting you use all the weapons at once and style switching. But I think the game has merit without the style switching. Because it forces, you know, the game's still about creative freedom in your expression of how you play the game. And picking the style is definitely a part of that. But it's very interesting, for example, to play that game in gunslinger style, where you don't have access to the rest of it, because you have to use your gunplay to build style. And if you use Royal Guard, then you have to focus on it. Granted, I do think where it was taken from later on to style switching is the better choice. But Devil May Cry 3, I think, is worth trying without that system. But it's got a fun story, great acting. Not just a fun story, but actually like a really deep story for the genre. Probably still the pinnacle of that. You know, like, I think there's an obvious, like, Dante's Inferno parallel of, like, going through the stages of hell, like climbing the tower. And the stuff with Virgil. But yeah, just like such a great story, great characters, great music. The gameplay holds up so well. The amount of depth to it, and just all the options in it, especially if you play the special edition, which polishes out some stuff because it gives you like the gold mode where you can start from checkpoints, and obviously you get to play as Virgil. And, you know, obviously he doesn't get much new content, but just the fact you get a second character and what that built for the series. I will say, in terms of accessibility, Devil May Cry 3 can be kind of hard to go back to, and in that case, it's maybe better to go back to the PC one, but unfortunately, the original PC release got delisted recently. I think you can only get the HD Trilogy version, and I don't know if that has the same mod support from the community, but there is some modding you can do to kind of help with some of the button mashing requirements. You need to do crazy combos and things like that. But still just an amazing game. And also play Special Edition, because the regular version, again, Capcom North America fucked with it, made it harder so people couldn't beat it in rental times again. Because why not? Cerberus. I haven't played much of this, but I'm quite confident in putting this one here. Even though I upset 2 people on Twitter one time because I posted a video of Maximilian, dude, one of the biggest Final Fantasy VII fans on the planet, replaying this game and looking like he was going through a PTSD nightmare. Oh, nice, nice. Getting a Field Drive 1 and 3 working. Yeah. They're worth checking out. I got to properly check them out as well. Get them working with one of my steering wheel controllers as well. To really immerse it. But yeah, Cerberus. You could probably get entertainment out of it, but I don't think it's like that good bad game. It's weird, the story's not good, the characterization's weird. it's a really bad third-person shooter, especially for the time. Like, I want to say this was after Resident Evil, after Kill Switch. Like, there'd been a bit more standardization. Like, technically, the best way to play this is in the NTSC version, you can play it mouse and keyboard. For some reason, they removed it from the PAL release, but that might be the way to play it. And, like, it kind of has interesting ideas, but, like, I don't know who this game's made for. Aside from... I have to tell the story. I'm not going to name anyone, because part of me wonders if they were fucking with me. But someone I was following replied to one of those... It's more of a Tumblr thing, but it happens on Twitter sometimes as well, where someone will post, oh, tell me, when you look at this console, what's the first game you think of? And they posted the PlayStation 2. And I think most people, oh, what's the first PlayStation game what's the first game you think of if you think the PlayStation 2? Oh, a Metal Gear Solid, a Tekken, a Final Fantasy, Gran Turismo. Nope. This person said Durga Cerberus. And I was, assumably, not because you like it, because why would that be the first game you think of? Bear in mind, the question wasn't, what is your favourite game? It was, what's the first game you think of? The first game I think of, if I think of the Wii, is Wii Sports, but that's not my favourite Wii game. It's not like a bad game necessarily, but not always the first thing I think of is going to be my favourite. But I replied, my condolences, because in my head, I logicked out, if this is the first game you think of, that feels like a bad memory, not a good one. And they liked that tweet, which made me think they knew that I was making that, but they replied saying, "What? Oh, why condolences?" And I sent them the highlight video of Max. And I think even if you like that game, I think you can find that video funny. Because Max is just charismatic and enjoyable in it, even if, you know, he doesn't enjoy it. Just his reaction to what he's seeing. And then I got, like, a barrage of comments about how I was being an asshole for bashing on someone talking about their favourite game. And it's like, well, they didn't say it was their favourite game. They said it was the first game they think of. Why would I assume Durga Cerberus, the seminal, not seminal game, the seminal PlayStation 2 game that came out, like, really late in its life cycle. Why would anyone be like, oh yeah, that's my favorite PlayStation 2 game? Fucking Durga Cerberus? You kidding me? I have to tell that story. Look, but it's such a ridiculous story. A part of me honestly believes that I think I was being fucked with. Because I have no logical explanation as to... Look, I get it. It's subjective. Stuff is subjective. But I don't know how this is your favorite PlayStation 2 game. With all the games on the system, literally over 4,000 games, some of what are considered the greatest games of all time, and this is your favorite. Because I guess it has, like, an edgy goth boy in it. Like, I don't know. So, like, I still can't shake the feeling that I was being fucked with. Where they were... And here's the thing, because with text, sarcasm does not come through in text unless you use a signifier. So a part of me still doesn't know if I was being tricked or not. But it was such an impassioned defense of saying, why would you make fun of someone? And it's like, again, I wasn't making fun of anyone. I posted a video link that didn't have any text attached to it. It was just, this is what the game is. I don't know. I do need to play more of it, just to kind of see how bad it gets. But I've played enough of it to know it is not good. Like, sure, it might have some nice looking CGI because it's the Advent Children CGI team. Okay. Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi. I might... speaking of upsetting people... I don't really like the Tenkaichi games. I don't know if I would call them... I wouldn't call them just bad, but for me, they are mid. Yes, they have a huge roster. They're like great fan service games, but I don't. The gameplay is like the antithesis of like enjoyable and easy to control. The controls are so weird. The weird like third person lock-on system. It's like, look, I get Dragon Ball Z would have people fighting in the air, but it never felt like playing the fights in the series didn't look like Virtual One or Armored Core. And to me, Tenkaichi felt like a really bad version of those, because you don't have like mech building systems. It's one-on-one fights. The games are mad unbalanced. There are certain characters who just cannot win fights against other characters because they're trying to be like show accurate and power levels and all that, as opposed to like being fun and making characters viable. Like, the thing I specifically remember is you could unlock the Great Ape forms, and like most characters couldn't beat them because they would have massive armor, so they wouldn't get flinched and they would do massive damage. They have great fan service, but when Namco Bandai were talking about making Dragon Ball Fighters with Arc System, and they were like, we actually want to make a Dragon Ball game that has a actual well-made like fighting game system. And I just think of fans who got mad because they knew they were talking about some of these games, because that's not what these games are. They are not, because look, like, talking about balance in fighting games is a bit weird because no fighting game is balanced, and it's arguable if they should truly argue for it. But like, these, from what I remember, were like very broken. Like, maybe, who knows, maybe Tenkaichi 3 did fix it because I never stuck around enough, but the core gameplay was always the same, so I just couldn't. Again, not necessarily saying they're bad, but just what they were aiming for was not what I want out of video games like this. And I will say the perception I got from fans who are very vehemently defending, like, no, these are balanced, they are competitive, they're just as good as, like, competitive as, like, Street Fighter 2 and blah, blah, blah. They could be at EVO. Like, that puts me off even more, because it's like the games, but don't be in fucking denial about it. Okay. Budokai series. So I think I'm going to put Budokai 1 in the don't plan to play. And the reason why is because, from what I understand, 2 and 3 kind of invalidate this one. Like, the only thing that's in this that you don't really get in 2 and 3 is that they recreated scenes from the show and the manga in engine. And these games don't. Now, the second one I need to play more of, and the reason why is there was like a special edition Japan-only version that had extra content that recently got fan translated. But gameplay-wise, Budokai 3 was the one that I played back in the day. And I think it is a very good game. It is still kind of broken, doesn't really work on a competitive sense because it's built around like equipping moves and abilities, and you've got some characters like Goku who have dozens of abilities, and if you unlock, there's a specific thing you can unlock that gives a character like every ability they can have, and if he has that, like, most other characters can't compete against that. Some characters have like one special move and that's it. But it's still like fun if you're not taking it seriously. It's got a really fun campaign mode where you fly around the earth and you collect Dragon Balls, and you do like, you follow the story, but you also do what if fights, and it's really dense in that stuff. So it's still like a very fan service game, but I think it looks better. Like, it matches the aesthetic of the show a bit better than Tenkaichi does, having like dynamic stages where like if you do super attacks it will like damage a stage and make it all ruins, and stage transitions, and having mid fight transformation as opposed to the Tenkaichi games where you just kind of like pick, oh, I'm Super Saiyan 3 Goku, I'm Great Ape Vegeta. It would have forms. Granted, a lot of this is nostalgia for this game, but I pop this one in every so often, and I still have a fun time with it. And there's so much to unlock in this as well, in terms of like moves and characters and little extras you can do in the campaign mode, because there's like special unlockables for like if you do events in certain orders and hidden encounters and things like that. It's just such a dense game, even if you're like not that into the show. But you know, obviously if you're not into Dragon Ball, none of these are really gonna appeal much to you. But if you have like even like just a minor interest, this is the one I would pinpoint to play personally. Okay, Dragon Quest, I believe this is 5, which from what I understand, this was a Japan-only version. Let me look. Let me look. Yeah, so... Yeah. So originally this came out for the Super Famicom. It got an enhanced remake only in Japan for the PlayStation 2 in 2004. There was another remake for the DS in 2008. And then that one came out worldwide in 2009. And then iOS Android ports. Oh, I'll read... Okay, let me read the self stuff. My take on the Dragon Ball Z fighter stuff with fans I talked to around the time. Most of them just didn't find them interesting because you couldn't fly around. Most of them were waiting for Kakarot, because the real fine game is not what they're looking for. And that's fine. That's totally valid. I think if that's what you want out of the series, that's totally fine. But the fans specifically that bothered me were the ones who thought it was like a slight against the other games, that Dragon Ball FighterZ was trying to be like a viably competitive fighting game. And we're insisting that, no, these other games are already viable. These could be at EVO. Also, they look better. Like, I unironically saw people say that the Xenoverse games had better graphics than FighterZ, because FighterZ has, like, cell shading and low frame rate to make it look animated. Just... You know that picture of Jackie Chan where he's like holding his head and he's like in pain, he's going like, what? Like, that's how that made me feel. Dragon Quest V PlayStation 2 version is probably going to go in Might Play, and the reason why is that I've never really played Dragon Quest. I know, and it's a big series to get into as well. There are so many games in the series. And I don't know if I would start back here. And I don't know if this has a fan translation for PlayStation 2 yet. It's kind of funny they put this was in the template by default. Because this is, again, if you don't have the fan translation, like, what do you think of this? Like, what do you say? But Dragon Quest 7... I do want to play. I think I had a demo for this, and this seemed really cool. I know there are other ways of playing it. Like, I believe there was like a 3DS port, but I don't know if that's the better version to play, or if the PS2 one. Probably the PS2 one. Because though you could kind of do PS2 graphics on 3DS, you're going to do them that well. But I do want to play this one. I want to play this one, and I want to play 11S, but I don't own it yet. But also, as I mentioned earlier, PS2 or Die. I watched him stream parts of it. Looks really fun. Really good voice acting, especially for the time, where it was like dime a dozen to get, especially in a Japanese developed game, to get like a dub voice acting that was this good. But it's really good. for like turn-based, like the art style's really pretty. Like, I think it's probably one of the prettiest in just terms of art style PlayStation 2 games. So I do want to check it out one day. Drive Freer. Drive Freer. I need to play more of this. I know it is not great because Atari rushed this to market. It's basically the version that's released was not what was considered gold. It was basically in alpha state. And previously, Atari did that with Enter the Matrix, and it paid off. That game sold millions. But if you play it, it's very obviously a bit janky. Stuff's a bit off about it, even though I do have fondness for that game, and we'll get to that. But, you know, that had a huge media property behind it. Driver was a huge thing in the PlayStation 1 era, and then disappeared, and Grand Theft Auto took over. This came out after Vice City, and it was so far behind where Grand Theft Auto had gone since then, and it was also just in such a poor state as well. I do think there is a fandom out there for Driver 3 that likes what it was going for and using like fan patches and things like that. So this might not even be the version to play. But I do want to give this an honest try. This might end up in the bad but good category. But I don't want to put anything in a category that I don't have personal hands-on with. And I'm actually going to scroll down because I added... unfortunately, the ones I added are not in alphabetical order. Let me find it. I probably should have done this earlier. Like, looked at the ones I added. Here we go. Parallel Lines, which I don't think really gets talked about much. But it actually seems like an actually good take on what Driver 3 was going for. And the idea that you start in the map in the 70s and then you come back in the 2000s seems really cool to me. Really interested on PlayStation 2, by the way. This game only plays in widescreen. So if you play it in 4x3 mode, you get a widescreen image with black bars on the top and the bottom. So if you play in widescreen, it's, you know, full screen proper. If you play it on 4x3, you get the black bars like you're playing Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. But it actually seemed really cool soundtrack, cool aesthetic. But I've only played like an hour of it. Also, the PSP one, which is a prequel to this, which I find is like technically impressive because they basically they scaled this game down, the PSP, really good. It's a new campaign, but you still have the open map and the on foot and the shooting and swapping vehicles and stuff. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. But, you know, this is not a PS2 list. Okay. So we've got a lot of Dynasty Warriors here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bunch of them in Might Play. 2 I know is a launch title. 3 I know is really famous for its really bad dubbed cutscenes. Not sure about the Empire ones. I feel like every time I try them, I bounce off them a bit. But I feel like I want to give them another go. But here we go. Dynasty Warriors 4 is the one that I liked as a kid. And I think it's good. Now, you might be better playing the Xbox version, but I haven't played the PS2 one enough to see how bad the performance is on there. Also, there's Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme, which has extra content. I'm kind of counting these together because it's basically a DLC update. That's what Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme is. But I think this is one of the ones, like, round the peak of the series where it still had that kind of like basic combat, but you had loot and custom characters and still like an engaging combat and system, and all the different campaigns where you play as like the different sides of the three kingdoms, and you still get that cheesy voice acting that's fun. Also, playing a lot of this 2-player was always a good time. And from what I understand, like after this, the series never really added anything more to really add stuff to the series. Like, this is at the point where it was kind of just, yeah, new characters, maybe new weapons, that's about it, new soundtracks. Also, this is probably, from what I've heard, this is the soundtrack that holds up the best. It doesn't, I will say, the soundtrack outside of the game, maybe more nostalgia, but I think while you're playing it, it fits so well. But I find like the later games have more generic music. But I do want to give 5 and 6 a chance, because I might end up enjoying them more so than 4 even. Yeah, here we go. Enter the Matrix. Okay, now. I'm actually going to struggle with where to put this. I kind of want to put it in good. But if I'm taking my nostalgia out, I feel like it should be in here. Here's the thing, as long as I don't close the tag, this will save. And this stuff will save. It might lose. The only thing that might happen is the extra images I added will go away. But there is a save button you can use, and then you can remix that, and then that is the way to like keep your progress. Because like I want to say this game's good, but also I haven't played it all the way through since the 2000s, and it's super janky, so I think I'm going to put it in bad but good, because like as I mentioned, at Atari, probably because they had the choice of delaying it to miss the movie, and they were like, well, even though we would be allowed to, we don't want to. So the version that came out is a in-development build. It's like closer to what reviewers would sometimes get back in the day when they would send like, oh, this is not the final version, but this is close enough you can review it or give a preview on. But because it's unfinished, it has wackiness, like there's a 2-player versus mode that's not mentioned on the back of the box, where normally they have to put if it has 1 or 2 player, and you can only access it via the hacking minigame, basically with cheats, because the actual like proper UI stuff for it wasn't done in time. But you know, it's got, the Wachowskis did go really deep on this. It has an entirely original story that coincides with the second movie, Matrix Reloaded, that they wrote. They directed like over an hour of like live action on the set, like cutscenes for this game. And you know, it's got the Matrixy stuff going on now. Very much, you know, other games were doing bullet time stuff before this game and after this game, and definitely handled it better. You know, I can't deny that. But I do get a lot of fun out of this. Like, there's some problems with the level design and the way combat feels, but just being able to kind of do your dumb martial arts moves and then swap to gunplay and run off the walls and do weird flips and like immerse yourself in that early 2000s like gothic leather club matrixy stuff still does a lot for me. And I think at this point that kind of jankiness has a bit of charm to it. And in terms of versions to play, I believe the Xbox version can run in progressive. It can also go up to 1080i, but I've seen footage of it. It actually looks worse because it, like, 1080i is technically, like, it's displaying in 1080i, but it's not actually 1080i. It's kind of upscaling to 1080i. But I've heard from some people that the PlayStation 2 version has overall better performance. Maybe because running in progressive, like, hitches the performance more. But don't play the PC version. That's a really bad port. And that's probably because of, again, rushing to get it out at the same time. But, yeah, I can settle for this. I don't know if I could entirely get away with putting it in good. But we'll stick with there. Oh yeah, this is the 4th Monkey Island game. You know what? I should play it. Monkey Island 2, I love. I really love that game. Especially all the, like, oh, I forgot the name of the system. The, like, dynamic MIDI system it had. Where you can, like, the music was able to cycle through, like, multiple transition types and do dynamic. iMuse! Oh, thank you, Soul Stuff. Yeah, hell yeah. I love the iMuse stuff in Monkey Island 2. But just the writing and the characters is so charming. And also, you know, there was that period where LucasArts was kind of cool and they did that remaster where there's the all-new graphics, but they voice acted the whole thing. And the voice acting's really good. But you could also play with the original graphics with the voice acting. And also they did commentary with the devs. Really great version in my opinion. 3, I've not played. Because I need to look up, like, how to play that these days. That one seems interesting because they were trying to go for, like, a bit of, like, a Disney, DreamWorks animated art style. And it does use the IMU system a little bit. For the, oh, a pirate's life was meant for me, son. Like, they do some of the transition stuff there. But I've only ever seen playthroughs of it. I've never, like, played it myself, so I don't know how frustrating it is to play yourself. This is the one, I believe, that's built on the Grim Fandango engine. And I don't know how people feel about this one. And I didn't even know there was a PlayStation 2 port. Again, I'm not sure why this was included on the list here. But I don't know how this happened, so I want to check it out. And see if that actually does hold up or not. Okay, iToy Play. I actually have played quite a bit of. And honestly, I'm going to say it is good. So I'm going to include the other iToy games in here. Because I think ranking every single one within the context of this full list is a bit silly. And they're all minigame collections of varying degrees. But this is a fun minigame collection. Also, a lot of them only came out in PAL regions. Because it was like Sony Computer Entertainment London who were developing most of them. But I had a lot of fun with this at the time. You know, definitely gimmicky. But just as its own thing. Like as a little collection of camera stuff. It's something I want to play with my nephew at some point. I imagine he would love playing this. And that's why I can't just say, oh, it's just dumb, whatever. Because you can get general enjoyment out of it. You know, doing like camera-controlled minigames and shit. And also just the iToy is interesting because of how many other games used it for random functionality. Tony Hawk's, one of the Tony Hawk games lets you import photos and slap them on a creator skater. Some games, they actually had like a head scan system where you could turn your head into like a 3D model. And some games would actually let you map it onto them. I need to mess around with that more. Oh, hey! Thank you for the follow, Archie Lover. I appreciate it. My cat's going to sit on my lap now. Because I've got my fluffy poncho thingy on. I don't know what to call it. But she loves it. Hang on, Minnie. Let me... Oh, there you go. There you go. Now you can nuzzle on me. The one that I want to check out is Harmonix made an iToy game that was like a futuristic, like, hoverboard game that I played a demo for. And I want to check it out again. I don't know if I could play it that well nowadays with my mobility issues. But it's interesting because it's like the Amplitude, like, aesthetic and art style, but turned into, like, a hoverboard game. It's really interesting. Ah, yes, Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame, I played through on stream last Halloween. I think it's great. I was especially surprised how good this, as a first one, held up. It's really good. The atmosphere is really good. The soundtrack's really good. The one thing to mention is I played a undubbed, patched version, so I had the Japanese voice acting. The American dub is not very good. Oh, yeah, Budokai Tenkaichi is more of a Dragon Ball Z simulator than a real fighter. Yeah, that's an accurate way to describe it. Like I said, this is very personal. I just cannot get into this. But I acknowledge that for people who want them, like, Tenkaichi 3 is still highly regarded. And I've watched a lot of videos that randomly get recommended to me about the attention to detail they would have. You know, in like specific encounters and animations characters would do in certain situations and stuff like that. It's just, this is how I felt about playing them. Because all that stuff's great, but if I don't enjoy playing them, then that's how I'm gonna feel. But yeah, I played an undub of Fatal Frame 1. Also, it was a widescreen patch, which was amazing because this game ran at 60 frames per second on PlayStation 2, and the widescreen patch still runs. Some of the effects, and also this patch removed some of the a bit over-the-top motion blur and ghosting effects that this game had that I think were a bit excessive. So if you are going to play a version, look up that version. But I think as just a general survival horror, and it's mainly Fatal Frame 2 that I hear people talk about, but I was shocked at just, like, how much I enjoyed this. Like, in terms of survival horror games on PlayStation 2, this is one of my new favorites. Obviously, as I said at the start, I don't really order things because it's just not how my brain thinks when it comes to games. Like, I could maybe go into specifics why I think something like Silent Hill 2 and 3 are slightly better games than this. But, like, some other survival horror games are too different in scope for me to compare them. But this is still a really cool game. The main thing is just your character doesn't really feel like part of the story. It's mainly about the history of the manor and the cult there, and how it's related to your, I believe, brother it was. But from what I understand, the series going forward would fix that. And that's where we get to Fatal Frame 2, which I will be playing this year. Also an undubbed version, just because I think that fits the setting more to have it in Japanese. But from what I've looked up, the dub for 2 and 3 are a lot better. And speaking of, it's not on here until I added it. Let me find it, because I did put it on here. Okay, let me just use my mouse, because if I glance over... I bet someone in chat has probably already seen it. There it is. We're going to play Fatal Frame 3 as well. I'm not sure when. I actually am kind of tempted to get a heart rate monitor for it, because it was really hard to express, like, how good the atmosphere was and how spooky they were. That doesn't... Spoilers! Major spoiler alert! Woo! When you've got a bag for a head, that doesn't really come through that well, funny enough. Like, who would have thought that, huh? Not me. Not me. But... we'll see. But I would like to do it for these games, just because they do that kind of ghost, haunted house style so well. But I hear amazing. I hear like this is the best one in the series. But I want to check out 2, 3 as well, and most of the series from then on, like the Wii ones, even like Maiden of Blackwater, which I hear is like not great, the Wii U one, or is that the Wii one? Whichever one of them I hear is not that good, but I want to go through all of them now. I don't think I'm gonna wait till October to do them though. I'd like to do them earlier than that. Okay, we've got the Final Fantasies now. I'm gonna put them in order. Let me leave it here for now. Is Final Fantasy X a masterpiece? I don't think it's quite. I think... here's the thing I'm gonna say. Official PlayStation 2 magazine, UK, I think we're too harsh on this, giving it a 7 out of 10. I do think a lot of people really rebelled against the linear take, that it's a story on a adventure path, that you don't have like the fields, like, and granted the older games, you know, even though you went between town to town, when you were in the open field map, there wasn't really other stuff to do that much until later in the game. But just the fact that like you never really got that feeling outside of like 1 or 2 areas that were built as open fields. But Final Fantasy X, I think, has my favorite turn-based combat system in the series. And it does have a fun story, but it gets, and you know, a lot of the Final Fantasy games do this, but it gets very convoluted at a certain point, especially by the end, in a way that I think kind of works against it a bit. Though the voice acting is really nostalgic, it's definitely of its time. Even though like it's got pretty good voice actors on it, some of the direction is very weird. Like considering you've got the likes of like James Taylor, I forget his full name, but he voices like Ratchet in the Ratchet and Clank series, John DiMaggio, like decent voice actors. They've definitely done better stuff outside of this. I do think the aesthetic is a bit weird. And there's stuff that definitely holds it back. Like the focus on Blitzball is weird because Blitzball is not fun. It's just maths, and it feels like maths that lies, because I'm decent at maths. It's a subject I probably did the best at school at. And then I try and work out the calculations, like, okay, if I do this pass, it's this number's higher than this number, it should work. And then I do it, and it fails, and I don't know what I've done wrong. And from what I understand, most people get one goal and then cheese the AI by hiding behind one of the goals, and that breaks AI, and that's how people do the Blitzball stuff. And some of the unlockable, like, ultimate weapon stuff, you have to do really obtuse, like, long tasks and side quests, like dodging lightning 300 times or some shit. And Tidus's outfit's always been very weird to me, and it's because he was originally meant to work on an oil rig, and then he got turned into like a pro Blitzball player, even though he's like 16 or some shit. Which doesn't make any sense. Like, if he was a college player, then sure. But apparently he's, like, one of the best players ever in the league. But he's, like, tiny. And some other stuff. But, like, amazing soundtrack, amazing combat, really fun characters. Like, the sphere grid is a really fun system. And there's a lot of fun stuff in the world. But there's sometimes the game doesn't know how to get out of its own way. That I think doesn't quite allow it to be a masterpiece. Okay, hand on Mini, because you're not going to be able to rest your head on me unless I put my arm there. There we go. Okay. Final Fantasy X-2. I think I have to put it here. I think there's a lot of enjoyment to get out of this game. I don't think it's very good. The story is not great, and most of the time, there's no real agency. It's just two treasure hunter gangs oh, we're gonna get you, we're rivals, and that's like half of the story. Pain doesn't have a personality. She's the new character. You don't have the change from going from swapping party members to swapping jobs with Sphere doing the dress spheres is an interesting idea. But most of this game is just like, oh, look at all these cool outfits and unlocking dress outfit stuff, and that's kind of more the focus of the game. I don't find the music's as good, and the story's not as good. And also, there's a lot of like issues. Like I remember I specifically got stuck on it because there's a part in a game where like these two organizations have a meeting, and they're like, oh, you have to wait outside. But the marker keeps pointing you to go back in, and what you're supposed to do is entirely leave the area. But for some reason, the like guide arrow just doesn't tell you that. And there's just like a lack of polish. Like, I don't mind that it reuses assets, but it wasn't. Final Fantasy X wasn't a story that I felt had more to say. And from what I understand, like what 10.2 doesn't add anything, and in some ways like kind of goes against what the ending of 10 was supposed to be. I won't talk about it exactly because, you know, like, yeah, it's a 20-year-old-ish game, but there's still people who are going to play it for the first time. But, you know, there's fun to have with it, but I think overall I do not think this is a good game. But it can be fun. Okay, Final Fantasy 12. I'm gonna say great, play elsewhere. Maybe technically good, play elsewhere, as in like the other versions are the great versions. So, Final Fantasy 12 took a very long time to make, and in fact, the original director had to quit the project because he was getting so stressed out trying to finish it. He had like a mental breakdown or something. I remember hearing about this. But 12, I think, was made in response to the linear feeling and the turn-based feeling that Final Fantasy X had. Though again, I like the turn-based stuff in 10. And also, so Final Fantasy 12 also has like a lot of freedom. Like, it doesn't really have classes in the same way. Like, you can kind of make any character any archetype you want. There's not really a main character, which is kind of weird. But it's weird. It plays like an offline RPG. Like, the combat is very it's like not too far removed from a bit of what Final Fantasy XI did. But it is an offline RPG, and it does have some cool stuff. But from what I understand, the HD version that came out on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, I think it's called like Zodiac Age. Oh. Ooh. Sorry, the music distracted me. I believe that is the better version, where they rebalance the game and fix some of the really tedious stuff. I played it for kind of a long time on PlayStation 2, but fell off because it was so grindy at some points. And I had to... my younger sister has more patience for that. And at certain points, I was asking her, hey, can you level up in the game for me? Because I just can't stand having to run around these areas and level up for 5 hours to continue. And she just ended up... I ended up, like, not wanting to play again, so she just finished it on her own. But it is kind of a technical marvel. This was a really late PlayStation 2 game from what I remember. And it visually looks too good for the system. Like, it looks like the system is holding it back. All the dialogue is super compressed to fit it on, you know, what I assume was like a dual layer DVD. They didn't want to go multi-disc for some reason. But like visually it looks amazing, and the HD version I have, and that is what game I want to play. I might probably not on stream, because for games that are like that long, it's always hard to know like how much of it's enjoyable and how much is just watching someone grinding an RPG for like 5 hours. But I would say nowadays, there's not much reason to go back to this version. Also, this story is just Star Wars, the original series. Like, it's eerily the same. Like, the bad guys are literally called the Empire, and you're like an orphan who wants to become like an air pilot, and you have like an old master, and there's like a fucking Chewie the Wookiee facsimile. It's weird. It's also interesting because it's in the Tactics universe. So if you're a fan of that, you get that out of 12. But I'm definitely going to say, like, I don't think the PS2 version is the one to play. Also, just, from what I remember, the performance is pretty bad. It doesn't matter too much with an RPG system that, like, has auto attacks and then you pick your skills. But having higher resolution actually does a lot for this game. So that is the version I'm going to say to play. Ah, Final Fantasy 11. Okay. Ooh. That's probably going to go in this category as well. Because, heck, you have to go to fan server stuff, and you're playing such a weird old version of Final Fantasy 11. I got into Final Fantasy 11 for kind of a while. But Final Fantasy 11 is a wild MMORPG. It's back in that era where MMOs had a bit of a like second job, second life kind of deal. And Final Fantasy 11 had a lot of that. Like how long it took to level up. Basically having its own economy and job, like people having jobs within the system. Like if you wanted fast travel, only certain classes could do it. So there were people who made money in that game offering to teleport you to locations, and you would pay them a fee to do it. So they were basically taxis. There were taxis in the game, but you had to wait on a real-time schedule to get in them, and then actually in real time spend time on the ship to get to the location you wanted to get to. Even though this is all made up bullshit, it wasn't one big map, it was all loading zones. And making money was entirely built off of the in-game player auction house and that stuff. It's kind of a nightmare to go back to. It actually kind of gives me a bit of like anxiety thinking about it. Though it's had a lot of like modern convenience updates, you know? So I don't know, like, the quality, like, that's a crazy thing. Square still updates Final Fantasy 11, and it's had so many quality of life improvements since then that it probably doesn't feel quite the same. But look, the only way, you can't even play this version anymore. Though there are people working to get a PlayStation 2 server working again, that I believe PlayStation 2 or Die is looking into. And if I ever get that network adapter and attach the like hard drive converter onto it, for nostalgia's sake, because it has a great, it's still Nobu Utsumatsu, I've probably got his name wrong. It's still, he did the soundtrack. The soundtrack's amazing, and the world is interesting. So I would like to, for nostalgia reasons, to explore it again. But to actually play it how you used to, we're talking like old school EverQuest, World of Warcraft era of MMOs where they did have that kind of that feeling. But yeah, like specifically, I remember not sleeping some nights because it was like, well, if I want to get progress in this game, I can't sleep. Even if I have school the next day, it was not a healthy time. But luckily I don't do that anymore. Flat Out. Here we go. Here's some cool stuff. I need to play more. Me and my nephew have messed with the Flat Out 1 and 2. And I believe with Flat Out 2 there are better versions of it. But these are great fun. You know, like half dirt race, half destruction derby games. Really fun. Still hold up. Probably not PlayStation 2 versions are the best versions to play. But I just need to play these games more in general. But they're great. They're great. Oh, Freedom Fighters. Okay, Freedom Fighters. I think I've seen LPs of. But I hear Freedom Fighters is pretty cool. But I don't know a lot about it, so we will go into it. Okay, Freak Style. Freakstyle is from, honestly, this is a funny thing to say, but hear me out. My favorite era of Electronics art. In other words, when they were good. What's that? Electronics art was good at some point? Yes. Yes, they were. It's true. PlayStation 2 era, they were actually really good. Obviously, there was still shitty stuff about them in terms of yearly releases, but they actually liked original projects. They liked being stylish, and Freakstyle was part of their EA Sports big line, which was basically like, oh, these are sports games that are arcadey and extreme sports inspired, and Freakstyle is like a motocross game based in that, and it's really fun. It's got like crazy characters and visuals, but I've never sat down and like played it all the way through. I've only ever like loaded up for a bit, but it's a really fun game if you're into stuff like SSX, or any of their like racing games from that era. You would be into Freakstyle for sure. The Xbox or maybe GameCube versions are probably the better looking ones to play, but the game runs at 60 FPS on PlayStation 2 as well, so you kind of can't go wrong with any of those three platforms you play it on. Full Spectrum Warrior, though, I'm gonna say, I don't believe ran great on PlayStation 2. I remember it kind of being a showcase game for the Xbox, and I have played a lot of the original Xbox version, and that's probably the version to play, and I believe also the sequel might have been Xbox original only. But I remember having a lot of fun with this. You know, I didn't know what XCOM was at the time, and I guess like modern XCOM has like a little bit related to this, but this doesn't have like the full like hub building leveling up stuff, but it's that same kind of like tactical, like control your units, split them up, alpha team, bravo team, that kind of stuff. But I do need to play more of the series in general, but I don't think there's any reason you would play the PlayStation 2 version unless that was, because I'm pretty sure there's PC versions as well. Maybe they're bad, I don't know, but I think you would want to play these on original Xbox. Yeah, the Getaway. Okay, so I have played a lot of the Getaway one. I do need to play more of it, but from what I played, I'm going to say it's good. Really interesting take on the whole Grand Theft Auto style game, setting it in like a very true to life at the time section of London. Like it's very accurate, and also getting licensed vehicles, which apparently was not easy. A lot of them pulled out. They basically had to kind of feed those car manufacturers a bit of like white lie, a bit of sugar to kind of get away with it. But for a game that has like, yeah, you can run over civilians and shit, it has licensed vehicles. It's nuts. But it's really stylish. It's kind of a fun game with the gunplay and stuff like that. There are some issues, like I believe it has inverted camera and you can't fix it. And the visuals, it's a very, for the time, really close to kind of what you could hit with photorealism on the PlayStation 2, but because of it, like, yeah, it does not run great. But, you know, it's going for that, like, Guy Ritchie, lock, stock, and barrel, layer cake, Vinnie Jones kind of movie style. And it does nail it very well. But I do need to play it again, because I don't think I ever finished it. It might be one where I only had a rental back in the day. But I do have it now. And also, because again, it wasn't on the list. Let me find it, though. Let's see. See, I thought I would have found it already, because the image of the cover is like yellow on black. But I haven't seen it yet. So let me just go through here. Spawn boop doop doop. Okay, you know, there it is. Also, This is probably not going to get done tonight, is it? Need to play more. I basically only really messed with it to make sure the copy I had worked. Though, again, I have to deal with PAL copies. PAL copies, if they don't have 60 Hz modes, they run at a worse frame rate. And in some cases, will be wrong game speed. But I have a method to play NTSC games now. So I'm going to do those. Might even stream them at some point. Yeah, you can't use Go Be My Project. It's sometimes hard to tell, because I don't know how much I'm going to say, but then it turns out I have a lot to say, even about games I've never played all the way through. But this is a very different one, because it has, like, multiple characters, and it's mostly unrelated from the story of the first game, though there are some, like, Easter eggs related to it. But it does have some nice quality of upgrades. The first game did not have a map in-game. You had to use, like, the map that came in the manual, like Grand Theft Auto 3. But you didn't even have a mini-map. Navigation was entirely done by the turn signals on the car. It's really funny. But the second game actually gives you a map screen. It's crazy the first one didn't have it, because there are like hidden vehicles that you could only find if you knew your way around the map. Okay. Ghost Recon on PlayStation 2. I don't know enough about. Maybe I'll play them one day. I would have to talk to someone who is into the Ghost Recon series. The first Ghost Recon game I got into was Advanced Warfighter 2. Which is an Xbox 360 game. Which is really fun. And I want to play it again because I don't know how well it holds up. That was the series where it was kind of more, like, a bit more futuristic, near future. And the whole gimmick was that you had, like, a heads-up display visor that was, like, a live cam that would show you, like, what your AI partners are seeing or, like, what an overhead thing is. And I remember it being, like, really stylish presentation and dynamic music. Like, there's a specific level where you're calling down, like, aerial strikes or SAM strikes, and the music would actually swell and do crescendos when the strikes would come down. And also just the effects they would do to really sell, like, how impactful these things were. But I couldn't... It's been a long time. I couldn't tell you about the story. I don't really remember the story. I just remember really liking that one in particular. Aha! Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider. Some people in here would have seen this recently. But this is going to be part of the Action Sack series. Because Ghost Rider... It is based on the Nicolas Cage movie. So it's got that going for it. Though sadly, I don't believe Nicolas Cage was involved. In fact, the version of the character, Johnny, because I believe his name is Johnny as well, it's not even his face in-game, even though Sam Ellis is somehow in the game. But this is a God of War. Johnny Blaze! Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Professor Gasson. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say it. But I just look at it and I go like, oh, Professor Gasson. But this is a weird hybrid of God of War and Devil May Cry. Because the combat input and feel is God of War. But it has style meter and mechanics tied to it. And it has like the same range. Like it has a shotgun move. But I've played like the first level in the bike section. Really fun. But this is going to be part of that series. There is a motorcycle thing. It's close. Funny enough, if you've played Bayonetta 1 and there's the motorcycle level, it's closer to that. It's kind of like a road rage minigame where like you'll do a couple of levels and then you'll get on your hell bike and you'll go through like a highway, fight enemies, do jumps, platforming, slide under obstacles. Like, it's a fun little distraction every so often, but the meat and potatoes of the game is a, like, God of War, Devil May Cry hybrid. And it seems, like, legit for that. You know, at an era where there are quite a lot of them, and some of them are not so great. This one actually seems really good. But that's going to be a stream one. Ah, here we go. This is Guitaru Man. I'm going to pair it with Amplitude because it's also a rhythm game. Masterpiece. Amazing. Unfortunately, playing on PlayStation 2, really hard if you don't have a CRT. Because the timing window on this game is really, really strict. In some ways, you might be better with the PSP version or even emulating the PSP version. But this is a rhythm game that is a musical. And it's wild. It goes places. It has an amazing soundtrack. It has a... Like, they frame the rhythm game like it's a fight between people where you have, like, attack and defense phases. And it's a mixture of, like, kind of a variant on the DDR system, but using the face button instead of the arrows. And then a entirely unique system where you play guitar by following... You use the analog stick, and they'll give you a trail to follow that will bend, and you have to, like, hit it like you're strumming. So it's like a interesting take on kind of where Guitar Mania was at the time. But this is a must-play for me. I've never actually... So I finished it on the regular mode. I've never finished Master Mode, because Master Mode is really hard, and... It needs a lot of practice. It kind of feels like it needs a different controller. Like, it feels like it would work best on a fight stick that had a true analog stick on it, instead of like an 8-way or a 4-way, you know? But the art style is really fun. The characters is really fun, and the voice acting. And I think also, like, just as a story, like, it's goofy, but it's really touching in places. And the music as well. We actually heard the song earlier. Let me look up the name of it. The legendary theme, like, kind of makes me tear up sometimes, especially the final time you hear it, where you get like the rock version. Like, in terms of spirit, it kind of reminds me of what Bill and Ted was trying to say about music, about like bringing people together, but it's like a more Japanese take on Bill and Ted, basically. So it's not like, yeah, bro, whoa. It's more anime, but it's a similar, like, idea. Like, the chosen one who, like, is going to bring peace with music and stuff. But it's real fun. And it's a must-play game. But, yeah, emulator would be your best bet these days, because you would need to do stuff to get around the, you know, like, input delay. Sorry, the display delay and audio delay that modern TVs have. But if you're like me and you're a weirdo and you have a CRT in your house, then that's the way to play it on PlayStation 2. Oh yeah, the Godfather one. I never knew about these. So, okay, this is going to piss someone off. I've never seen the Godfather films. I was never really a film person, and none of my family were really, like, film buffs. So no one was introducing me to classics. That's something I've, like, started to do within the last year, mainly because I'm in a Discord that does movie nights, but I'm kind of like trying to expand my horizons there. But I've not seen The Godfather, so I wouldn't have been interested in a video game adaptation on the series. But I hear these EA ones were interesting. Though there's multiple versions. Like, there was like a PS3 version that had like exclusive content of one of the Godfather games. I think they made 2 of them. Ah, yes, God Hand. I want to rate this high, but I haven't played enough of it myself to say. But God Hand was Shinji Mikami's take on the stylish action genre. And it is a game that infamously was not well received at the time, very misunderstood. It would take a long time to break it down, but I'm going to mention this about that infamous IGN review. It is not a good review of the game. Now, I'm not talking about a subjective opinion on it, because obviously someone could play it, get what it's doing, and not like it. The problem with that IGN review is it has false statements about the game. Stuff like in terms of what mechanics are there, how many enemy types there are, and stuff like that. It's like, okay, that's... If you... It's, you know, you can point that stuff out and say, hey, this review has problems. It states things that are incorrect about the game. Like, the number of enemies they say there are is like not even half of how much there actually is. But, you know, it's slice action is something that isn't going to gel with some people, because not everyone wants to go into a game that wants you to master it, that wants you to really delve deep into the systems and the mechanics, and if you aren't trying to get into it, it will not be forgiven to you. Now granted, some of the humor in God Hand is great and goofy, some of it is very dated. I am going to play it as part of Action Sack. It is going to have a massive content warning on it, because there is some very mid-2000s Japanese humor in it. That, you know, you know, there's no getting around it. It's there. We just have to deal with it. But you have to remember just how people were back then. Again, this is like almost 2 decades ago now. But the actual gameplay itself is so deep, and it's such a... It would be awesome to see another take on this. The closest we have to this is something like Sifu, which I also need to play. But I would love to see someone try and make a proper spiritual successor to God Hand. And yeah, at some point, because we're going to look at like Devil May Cry clones on PlayStation 2, we'll get to God Hand as well. And it'll be a great time. Ah, yes, God of War. Probably not controversial to say. I think God of War 1 is a masterpiece. If I was to order it, I would say that Devil May Cry 3 is better. But at the same time, God of War is more of a spectacle hack and slash. You know, you can get through the game without having to fully learn the systems. As long as you can block and sometimes dodge, you're mostly fine, and you can do QTEs. But the gameplay itself feels good. It runs at 60 FPS. The stories, you know, the story is very edgy and not super deep. But it's fun enough. You know, Kratos is a very dumb character at this point in time. Fucking Hades was like, hey, go kill these people. Oh, you didn't realize it was your family. Kratos, how didn't you realize? I guess, like, maybe they retconned it that he, like, was mind controlled to see them different. But I feel like in the first game, he just blindly accepted the order and went in and killed people without actually checking who they were. Like, he didn't even look at them properly. But God of War, really impressive visuals. It also does, like, sense of scale really well for a game that runs at 60 FPS. One of the bits I love about it is that early on in the game, you see this giant that's walking around this endless desert that has a giant temple on its back. And then you go to the temple, and at certain points, you realize how high up you've gotten, because you'll get outside views that show you, like, how high up you've gotten. And one of my favorite things is when video games demonstrate progress via environmental design, where they clearly show where you're going to, and then get in there without it feeling like you've, you know, oh, I've just teleported there. You can feel the progression you have. And yeah, the HD version might be technically the better version to play, but I don't know enough about the HD version, which I want to get, but it's kind of pricey. Now, this is going to be the funny thing. I never played the second one, which I hear is the best one out of the original 3 that was in this style. But this, I believe, came out like 2006. So very, you know, PlayStation 3 was coming out like a couple of months after this game came out, I believe. But I hear God of War 2 is just the better game overall. But I just haven't played it. It will come up on Action Sack, though, because I want to cover how there are hack and slash games that aren't stylish action games. And also just, I've never played God of War 2. Probably still some dated stuff. This was back in the era where they were like, oh, wouldn't it be sick if you have a minigame where you, like, fucking fuck people. Yeah, Kratos has sex. Not like that Dante. Oh. And, man, in God of War 3 does not improve on that fact. And has some really awkward scene in it that apparently is related to the second one, but I don't really know how. But that's a huge tangent we won't go on. Yes. Grand Theft Auto 3. This might be controversial. This is... Okay. If you were looking at it when it came out, it was mind-blowing what this game was doing in terms of having a 3D sandbox open world game. I beat this game all the way through about a year ago, and it is rough. Some mission design is like, there's no design. We put an NPCs in areas and just were like, go kill them. And there's no real like structure or design to how you do it. It's a brutally hard game as well. I am not ashamed to admit that I had to use cheats to get through it, because the vehicles blow up so quickly, and in some cases it's like, I don't know how you're supposed to do them legit. I'm sure some people did. But, you know, it's a fun map, a fun setting, and it's got some fun radio stuff going on. Especially interesting for the time. Because this was when Rockstar, I think, they were Rockstar by this point. A lot of the music was actually original or made by people who were like friends of the studio, or, oh, I make music in my own time, we'll put that in the game. It does have some licensed stuff, but a lot of it's that. But it's a really interesting tone to go back to, and just to kind of see, you know, the origins of the series in terms of its 3D leap. But, you know, like, the story's not very deep, there's not much going on. So you have to regard all that, and I think playing it now, it's in the good, because there's a lot of jank to get through. I would say, though, Vice City, on the other hand, though, is great. For how quick a turnaround it was, and it originally was going to be basically an expansion. It was going to be mostly the same game, just on a different map, and then eventually got turned into its own thing. Vice City adds so much to it, and, you know, looking back at it, you could probably guess that they probably did some very unhealthy work hours to do it. But Vice City is such an improvement. It still has some of that old jank, like in the combat, and like, though there's some great cutscene direction, sometimes just stuff happens in the story. You know, like, oh, you take over this thing, and suddenly Lance is like moaning about stuff that's not even happening on screen. Some of that's got to relate, like, not having issues with the like famed actors they were working with at the time, and the houses kind of realizing it was not great, because, you know, that doesn't always, like, people who can act on the screen can't always act in games very well. But, you know, great setting, great time period, so you get like an amazing 80s soundtrack. You get a bit more improvement on it. Like, when I played through it, I was able to get through without cheating. Still something like the old kind of finicky stuff of save after every mission, so if you ever die, you don't lose all your stuff. Building out the businesses and having like unique missions to do for them is such a great addition, and I'm really sad they've never built a game that's had that level of that stuff anymore. Some of the later games do it, but it's way scaled back. But there is still some janking, like, this was the era where Grand Theft Auto games were more impressive for what they were trying to do. So a lot of the gunplay and the driving was still a bit weird, and doing melee stuff and level structures. Like, I don't think at this point they were building levels for missions that much yet. It was still mostly happening in the open world. There was a bit of it, though. They did start to go that route. And then San Andreas, for me, is a masterpiece. I think, even though, yeah, you know, there's arguably stuff that Vice City does better than San Andreas. I won't deny that. There's stuff I like about it more than San Andreas. But as an overall package, just pushing the limits of what you could do with like an open world sandbox style. Like, there's so much to do in this game. You could play this game for like maybe 100 to 200 hours and maybe not even 100% it, unless you're like really following a guy. But this is a game where there's like more structured missions. You get such a dense world. Like, you go back to it now, you realize the map is not big, but it's dense, and that's something I actually miss that modern Rockstar games don't have. It's like, yeah, you made the map huge, but what's the point if like 60% of the map is a mountain, you know? I'm not into it. That's not what I'm looking for. And there's, you know, there's not things there, but there's so much to do in it. They kept the business side of it. It's just, unfortunately, there's not like cutscenes with most of that. There's a couple, like there's the Zero missions and there's the car sell place, but a lot of the like side missions that you can build income from don't have the cutscenes anymore. But the characters are so fun, and the story's really engaging, and though it still gets really goofy in places, it's where they started to get a bit more grounded and gave the characters depth that just wasn't there before, and actually has like a tolerable gunplay system now. And I would still argue like the PlayStation 2 version is maybe the purest version, because no other version was able to ever replicate the actual visual style that the original has. Like, there was a system where, depending on what like city you were in, there was a different color palette to like the sky and the environment. Like, the lighting was different. There's like heat effects and foliage effects that were missing from like the Xbox and PC version. Now, granted, fans have done a lot to get that original PC version as close to the PS2 version as possible. So if you know about all the modding, you can get really close. And that's nice. And that is probably the way to play, because, you know, the game... this is where it's like, yeah, the frame rate was really hurting on these ones. But this is the one that I can always go back to and just fuck around in the map. Like, not even do side missions. Just driving up Mount Chiliad and jumping off it on a motorcycle. Like, I think I did that for hours back in the day. Just being able to do that and have the freedom of just doing all these different things in so dramatically different locales was so fun. And it's not surprising that Grand Theft Auto games never really hit that density ever again. Oh yeah, and now we've got the PSP games that got PlayStation 2 ports. I would put this one here. Having played it all the way through last year, I had it back in the day, but my copy was used and scratched, and it would freeze somewhere like at the start of the second island or just before the second island, so I didn't get far in it. But this came out after San Andreas, but it's closer to like a midpoint between 3 and Vice City. Like, a lot of the advancements the series made, they scaled back on. Like, through normal means, you're not even able to get in helicopters. You can, but you have to like do weird jumps to get to helicopters that spawn in missions, or this weird debug code that exists in one mission that spawns an attack helicopter for some reason that no one knows why, but it works. But it's definitely like a more bite-sized game. Like, missions are a lot shorter. You do get cutscenes, but a lot of the cutscenes aren't mocapped. And the story is not, you know, it's more just, oh, here's stuff that happened with the main mafia family before Claude showed up. But there's no major like overall arc, like narrative that kind of feeds into the rest of the series and like has big implications. But there is some fun character building on characters that didn't get that much time to shine in 3, and some really cool new characters. I think when you were watching, Cass, if you're still here, there was the widow. No, not widow, sorry, but there was the wife who was married in the Yakuza family, and her storyline is like way more serious than even the rest of the game. Like, it's closer to where the writing was during like Grand Theft Auto 4. But the gameplay in this is so kind of back to basics that and made for like a more portable system. That even though, and also it's actually not optimized well on PlayStation 2. They like blasted loads of effects and post-processing on it, which means that it runs worse than the PSP version. Like, it looks nicer but runs way worse. So it's debatable if the PSP version's actually the better one. But there is there's a little bit of extra content in the PS2 one. And it's not on the list. But here's Vice City Stories, just to confirm. I am currently mid-playthrough of this. So I don't want to finish ruling it yet. But it's really cool. It's way more... Like, it... Considering it was on PSP, it doesn't feel like a PSP game with the amount of content it has. And the PS2 version added a lot of extra side missions. I should mention as well, both the story games do modify the maps a bit, so even though you're going back to Liberty City and Vice City, they do have different areas and changes to them. I will say for Liberty City Stories, some of the changes, like getting rid of the tunnels and some of the bridges, makes navigating the map a bit awkward. So that's annoying, whereas Vice City does it in a more interesting way of just like, oh, here's like an extra dirt track that wasn't here before, here's some slightly different buildings that kind of tell the story of the world. And like really, really good writing, like giving Lance so much more screen time, a very grounded take on the 3D universe, and yeah, like fleshed out female characters. The only thing is I haven't finished it because it's also like quite hard. If you fight enemies that have like automatic rifles, they can chew through your health in like a second. And also it is a bit janky. Like, I think they were really pushing like what that engine and PSP could do. And even on PS2, like sometimes just people will spawn in weird like gangs will spawn in weird locations. The game cleans up vehicles way too much. Like, you'll start a mission and the vehicle you came in just disappears. You save, and if it wasn't in a garage, it's gone. And that's a bit weird. But it also has its own like business empire management sim stuff. Kind of a hybrid of the resources, you know, like the business stuff from Vice City mixed with the gang warfare of San Andreas. But I've been trying to like unlock either the armor upgrade, and one thing that's great about Vice City Stories is it's the first game in the series where the vehicle submissions actually get checkpoints, so you don't have to do it all in one run. The problem is I've never been able to get to the next checkpoint because the AI blow up the police vehicle so quickly, and if you can't find another police vehicle nearby, you're fucked. And you can get a wanted level during that mission. But maybe I should mess with the air ambulance missions, and maybe I'll be able to get more health that way. But I need to get back to it. I just haven't played it in a while. Speaking of games I need to play more of, Gran Turismo 2 was my big game, like simcade racing game. But I just never, for some reason, I never got into I just never tried the PS2 ones. I've tried them since, in fact, with like racing wheel stuff, and I kind of want to do like an on and off streaming thing where it's kind of like, here's my journey of learning to drive in the Gran Turismo games. But I've only messed with them a little bit. But they seem great, but like, you know, you need to play more than I've played, which is only like an hour or two in each one. I'll talk about each of these here. I'll just get them all in. Let's put them in order of release. This was the first PS2 one. That was going to be a launch title, but then got delayed a year. But seems cool. Definitely still a bit more arcadey than it is sim. But I need to mess with it more. It's also got the weirdness where the PAL version has different times, and I think the reason why is because it runs at a different speed. Even though they speed optimized it, I think the in-game clock ticks slower, so they had to adjust all the goal times for like in the license tests and in the championships. But it ends up being harder. So I've had to like swap over to playing NTSC version. Also, visually, these look amazing. You run these in PCSX2 in 1080p, and it's surprising how well they hold up. Like, the resolution boost, like, even with the textures from when they are, still look great. This is Gran Turismo Concept, which is kind of... I don't know what you would describe this to. It's almost like an expansion of Gran Turismo 3, but it's its own thing where it's its own little mini, you know, like it's a smaller title. Weirdly, PAL only. NTS, there was like 3 editions where like there was like 2 in Japan, and then this was the like final edition where it had the most content. But NTSC never got this one. But it's got lots of fun concept cars that never came to be, goofy cars. Gran Turismo 4 Prologue is straight up, here's like an early beta of what we're doing with Gran Turismo 4. You can try it out. Again, PAL and Japan only. Though it actually lets you unlock stuff in 4 if you do play it enough. And 4, again, I've only messed with a bit. But these are... 3 and 4, I believe, I consider like some of the greatest racing games of all time. Even just outside of simulation stuff. Alright, Guilty Gear. Hell yeah, I know why I'm putting this. If you're going to play Guilty Gear XX these days, just get Guilty Gear XXR on Steam. That's like the most up-to-date in terms of balance. It's got all the characters, and it has rollback netcode. You can get it on Steam. It's usually cheap in most places. It's not even that expensive to get. There are so many editions of Guilty Gear X and Guilty Gear XX. But there's not really a reason to go back to the old ones outside of just, oh, you know, I want to check out what the balance was like in this early one. But, you know, Guilty Gear is great. As you could probably guess, I'm a big fan of Faust. He's my, he runs on screen when people follow the channel. I need to make a couple more of those. But I need to find an easier way of doing it because they're like GIFs that I've had to like no, they're not even GIFs. It's made up of like 2D images that I've had to time out by making the frames longer. It's a really scuffed way of doing it. I probably should have just made them video files that loop. But whatever. Alright, Guitar Hero. I've never played the first Guitar Hero. Might check it out one day. Alright. Guitar Hero 2, though. I might say it's a masterpiece. Someone might argue that this should go in the Play Elsewhere one, because maybe the Xbox 360 version is considered better, and that's actually the version I mostly played. But I think in terms of like the way the engine works, you don't really go wrong with either. The main thing is just the Xbox 360 version got DLC, though you can't buy it anymore. And it looks nicer. But I don't know if it plays better. But Guitar Hero 2 was such a revelation playing that. And it's a game that I actually used to learn how to sing and play an instrument at the same time. It's really good practice for that. Because it lets you practice kind of the rhythm of hitting a melody. But being able to turn your brain off and still, like you know, not have 2 separate things going on. Like having your melody going on, you know, rub your tummy, pat your head kind of idea. And this is the one for me that I think, out of these classic ones, I think is the best one. Guitar Hero 3, I think a lot of people would also put in masterpiece. But personally, I put in great, because I find that this game it was less concerned with charting the songs accurately and more about like, oh, we're gonna make the charts even harder. Whoa, we're gonna make the notes like 10 million, like double the amount of notes and make you do crazier stuff. Look, it has a great set list and all the guest characters stuff, and that's fun. But I think like the actual feel of it, and also a lot of the charts are like just random notes they'll throw in, and they won't match like the actual melody of the song or the notes and stuff like that. That's why I think 2 holds up better. And also, I think if you are going to play Guitar Hero 3, you might not even want to play the PS2 one. So I think I'm going to put it here. Because this is a very funky looking version of it. And... Rock the 80s was like an expansion. It was like the third game that Harmonix was like contractually obligated to make, but they didn't really want to, and it was kind of done in a rush. So it's not amazing. I might play it one day, but I'm more likely to, you know, get a hold of it and then rip the songs and put them into like Clone Hero or Yarg than I am to actually play it in engine. Alright, Half-Life. Original Half-Life. PlayStation 2 port. Don't bother. It's cool. It's a cool thing to look at, but outside of, like, okay. What reasons is there really to play this unless you're just morbidly curious? And I really can't think of anything, because the exclusive content in it, which is Half-Life Decay, got a fan PC port that you can play online, which Half-Life on PS2 doesn't have online. And it's a weird version because it's the cancelled Dreamcast code ported over to PlayStation 2. It has some weird, unique assets, like the health station and the HEV stations have models that are only in the PS2 version, but it still looks mostly like the original, and it runs terrible. And for a PlayStation 2 game that came out in this era, there were first-person shooters that looked and ran better than this. And probably had like a higher scale complexity as well. Like, they didn't do a great job of porting this engine to the PS2 architect, you know? Like, it's a fun curio, and you can play it mouse and keyboard, and it even has quick save and quick load, which is insane considering how little memory RAM the system had. There's really no reason to play this, though. But, you know, Half-Life is Half-Life. Some of it's, like, not aged great now. Like, some people would be better off just checking out Black Mesa. But I think there's bits of Half-Life that still hold up pretty well. That are fun to check out. I believe this is one of the Harvest Moons. I'm going to say this kind of represents the series as a whole, but this is going to be a need to play more. Because I've always messed with a Harvest Moon and liked them, but was too young to really get how to play them. Like, I would always prioritize trying to clear out the field, when you don't need to clear out the field from the start. Just make enough room so you can start planting and do it bit by bit. But, you know, Harvest Moon, now Story of Seasons, classic series. But I need to play more to say more. And speaking of classic series that I need to play more, I always saw, like, trailers and demos for the Hitman stuff, but I never played Hitman on PlayStation 2 era, and there might be better versions of these to play, like maybe the Xbox versions are the ones you want to play. I believe this is Hitman 2, Hitman Contracts, and I think that might be Blood Bunny, but this is kind of just all the series. I've only really played the new ones, like Hitman 1, Hitman 2, the episodic ones. Those are the ones I've played. But I've played a demo for Blood Money. But this is a series I've always meant to go back to. But even though I don't have played them enough to say, but what I understand, some of these are great games. Again, also just ones you might not want to play on PS2 though, from what I understand. Alright. Yeah, Hot Shots, or as it's known in the UK, Everybody's Golf. I've messed with them a bit, but I need to play with them more. This is more just a general series thing. Like, I couldn't tell you which one's like the pinnacle of PlayStation 2 Hot Shots Golf, you know? But I do need to try them more. Give them a good look. Okay, I'm probably going to stop in about half an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the extra ones I added, where it says images are not saved to the website, but will be included in your download. I think I'm going to add these. which, from what I remember, is everything starting from here. But I'm going to start putting everything from here down in. So, 10,000 bullets is a plan to play. Really interesting game. Very rare game to get. I've only messed with it to kind of make sure it works on open PlayStation 2 loader. But it seems very cool. Like a gun, like an actually good gun-only take on the Devil May Cry formula. But, you know, fun, stylish, rustic, beautiful. Alright, 18-wheeler. American Trucker. This is also like an arcade to Dreamcast to PlayStation 2 game, like Crazy Taxi. I'm gonna just put this in good. It's fun. It's a crazy, like, it's wacky, like, 18-wheeler racing game. It's really hard, though. Like, even if you set it to the easiest difficulty, it's fun. But it's just, it's really hard to describe. It's like taking this kind of trucking stuff and making it super arcadey. But the PlayStation 2 version, which is again a port of the Dreamcast version, doesn't really add much. Like, they didn't build out a whole campaign or anything like that for this one. So I can't put it too high up. So I think good is a nice place for it. Okay, Airblade. Now, Airblade might not be a great game from what I've seen, but it was Criterion's first PlayStation 2 game and kind of a spiritual successor to a Dreamcast game they made, and it looks kind of cool. And I remember playing a demo for it and thinking it was cool, but I need to play it more myself. But it will probably come up on the Johnny Baghead's Not So Pro Skater series. So look forward to that. Oh yes, Akira Psycho Ball. This is why I wanted to put my own fins on here. I wanted to get some of the customs in. So I need to play a bit more of this. So I think I'm going to put it there. But from what I played of it, oh, crazy pinball game. Like, it's got like a full campaign in it. Like, kind of tries to represent bits from the movie. And it has like transforming tables where like they cut in half and different tops go on them. And it's just such a interesting take on pinball. And I'm surprised it's not talked about more. Though the opening level is really hard. But it's quite cool. Okay, Alone in the Dark. A New Nightmare. This is a plan to play. I always played the PlayStation 1 demos for this. I think the PlayStation 2 version is like the least known about one. Because when I see people talk about Alone in the Dark, A New Nightmare, they're either talking about the PS1 version or the Dreamcast version. And the PS2 version might actually not be the best version to play. I need to do some research on it. But I hear it's a pretty decent, like, Resident Evil 2 kind of clone take on Alone in the Dark. Alright, Ordered Beast. I put this on here because it's such a weird game that I want to play. You know, it's trying to, like, take Ordered Beast, which was like a kind of crappy arcade beat 'em up. I'm sorry, but that's the impression I get from it. Especially the Genesis version looks really rough, the Mega Drive one. But this looks like an interesting kind of take on that God of War style. They went weirdly mature with it, where they have these like really kind of grotesque, gory transformation CGIs. But it's only had a PAL release, so it's not as well known. But I think it might be a bit of a hidden gem. Like, not good. Like not like getting up here on the list. But I feel like there's more potential to it than people realize. But we'll get to it and see. Okay, and then Baroque. This might not be the best version. I believe this was originally a PS1 game, and then it got like a PS2 and a Wii version. But I hear it's super weird. It's got bag heads. It's a super interesting RPG. But I'll figure out if it's the PS1 or PS2 version I want to play. But I've got to throw that on the list. Same with Berserk. This was a Japan-only sequel to the Dreamcast game that actually has a full fan translation. But I hear it's a pretty fun, like, hack and slash. And the Dreamcast one is kind of interesting because it's not an RPG, but it kind of feels like a proto Ninja Gaiden take on hack and slash, where, you know, like, it's quite brutal. Things do a lot of damage. You have to be very deliberate with your swings, and you can collide with walls and things like that. But it has some, like, juggling beat-em-up stuff as well. Just seems really cool in general. Okay. Burnout Dominator. I started playing this last night, actually, because I missed out on this one. And I think a lot of people did, because it wasn't made by Criterion. It came out 2007, when, you know, the new consoles were already out. But this was actually PS2 first, and then a month, like a week or two later, PSP. But this seems like a pretty cool, like, hey, if you like peak Burnout 3, Burnout Revenge era Burnout, here's this whole other game that has new tracks and new content and the return of the, like, Burnout system, where you can, like, use up your whole boost meter and gain it back. And just seems really fun in general. So that's got to go on the list. Alright. Oh, you know what? I think it did save some of the... It's weird that some of these showed up in alphabetical order and some didn't. I don't know why, because I did name these in alphabetical order, so it should have imported in them. These are other games that are probably going to show up in the Action Sack streams, because these are kind of, from what I understand, slightly Devil May Cry inspired. I believe I did put Lament of Innocence on here. Where is it? Let me look through. There it is. Fun fact about this game, the PAL version of this game is just called Castlevania. Because that's not confusing. They did the same thing with Circle of the Moon. I don't know what's wrong with, like, Konami Europeans publisher at the time. Like, I don't hear amazing things about these. Though, I hear like, vastly different opinions on Curse of Darkness. Some people I hear say it's, like, worse than the first one, and some people say, no, it's actually better, just the opening's not as good. You have to, like, get through that. Okay, Cold Fear. What do I think about Cold Fear? Trying to talk about it without quoting the Mega 64 videos is very hard. I'll try and refrain from it. But I always assumed that it was trying to go after what Resident Evil 4 was doing. And then found out recently it came out only like a month or two afterwards or something like that. Or even earlier, maybe. But it was, like, close enough where maybe they had seen, like, early, like, previews of Resident Evil 4, but seems to have been made around the same time with a similar kind of idea. But I just want to check it out because it just seems so weird. There is a PC version as well, and that might be the best version to play. I don't know. Oh, yes, Crisis Zone. This is Time Crisis Crisis Zone. I need to play more. The PS2 version here, much like Time Crisis 2, which I'll be putting on the list soon, is technically a remake because the graphics are all redone, because the arcade version ran on, like, earlier hardware. The problem with this one is because of how light gun technology works, the way they track the light gun in this game is when you shoot, a mist effect covers the entire screen. And it means that if you're playing with a light gun, it's actually kind of hard to see what you're doing. And I never, like, though you can like change settings that are supposed to reduce it a bit, I've never found a way, like, I don't know, maybe just if you have the right TV, it looks okay. Someone once told me that you can modify the ROM to remove it and it still works as a light gun shooter, but then they never, like, told me how to do it and showed me proof, so I feel like I might have been misled on that. But I've not played it all the way through, so I don't want to give it too much impression, but it's just, you instead of having cover, you run around with a bulletproof shield, and you have this submachine gun that has, like, a clip of, like, 100 bullets, and it shoots at, like, 500 bullets in, like, 5 seconds. Like, it's so fast, rapid fire, you might as well have, like, a hose of bullets. But it's very goofy, very fun. But yeah, I need to go through the whole game to decide how I really feel about it. Same with Dark Summit here. Dark Summit was like, I don't know who it was made by. THQ is the publisher. I don't know if they made it. But it's like a weird kind of like gritty take on SSX. It's very SSX, and I love SSX enough that I want to give this game a go, even if it's not amazing. But that's why it's on the list. Radical Entertainment, yes, the Scarface Simpsons hit and run guys. Rest in peace. They're like a Call of Duty support studio with like 10 employees now. Alright, Death by Degrees. I've never played Death by Degrees, but I love Tekken, and I hear this game is dumb. This game might fit in the bad but good category, but I need to play it for myself. But it also has X-rays. It's also, it half plays like Jet Li's Rise to Honor, but then it also plays like an adventure game where it has like fixed camera angles, and you have to like pick up puzzle items and take them across the map. From what I've seen, it's weird. Evolution Skateboarding was one of Konami's attempts at a Tony Hawk clone. The ESPN one they did was not great. This one I hear is actually pretty cool. And this is the one where you can unlock a Castlevania level and character. And you also can unlock Metal Gear Solid 2 characters and levels. Wacky, fun game, that one. But yeah, I need to get through it more. And that again might show up on the stream at some point. Ah yes, Final Fight Streetwise. I wanted to put this on here. This game is bad, but I think it's entertainingly like it's one of those things where this is a very tenuous definition of these. But I think there is legitimate quality in this game, despite how bad it is. I wouldn't call it just bad. It has some just bad parts, but it's so funny, unintentionally, but just interesting as well. And it does have some cool moments, but just, you know, trying to like Capcom trying to chase that like urban Grand Theft Auto demographic, and like, oh yeah, turn your Final Fight game into that. Just such a dumb idea. Oh yes, Forbidden Siren 1 and 2. These will be on the stream. I hear they are kind of rough to go back to. Like they were made by the lead writer, director, producer of Silent Hill 1, but the gameplay is probably more janky than those from what I hear, because they're trying to do, you know, that like you can see from the vision of bad guys and the frame rate. And I remember hearing a lot of like some areas were so tough that you kind of have to go through them without a flashlight on because you'll get spotted otherwise. But I'm holding off on those until we do them for the stream. I just want to see what that like first playthrough experience is. Ghost in the Shell is another one I want to play. I hear this is a pretty decent third-person shooter for the time, but I just haven't played it. Alright. Oh yes, MotorStorm Arctic Edge. This is a weird one, because MotorStorm was a PlayStation 3 series, but it got a PSP game. that was kind of building off of the second MotorStorm game, which I've forgotten the name of. But instead of the 4 environment types, which were like grass, sea, like water, fire, and one other, this was snow themed, and it was originally a PSP game, but it got a decent PS2 port. And I've played a bit of it, but I've not played it all the way through. But it seems very good. Like, if you like MotorStorm Pacific Rift, is that what it's called? If you like any of the MotorStorm games and you've never played that one, highly recommend checking it out. Dark Watch, I believe, is the first game that the Transformers Cybertron devs worked on. I've only played it for like 10 minutes, so I'm going to stick it here. Apparently, they were like Sammy US before then, but I can't find any article that says what they actually worked on, even though they were a Sammy company for like 5 years before they made this. Surely they made something in that time, but I can't find any evidence of it. Oh yeah, Project Snowblind. This I want to check out because I hear it's a weird kind of simmy shooter thing, but I need to look more into it. But I put that on there just because I wanted to highlight I was thinking of it. Okay. I do have both. Minnie, what the fuck are you doing? Sorry. My cat is knocking stuff over in my room for some reason. Are you pissed off at me, Minnie? What's the problem? Why are you knocking over my filter? Okay, I know what the problem is. Alright, give me... I need to let her out the room. I'll be back in like 10 seconds, literally. Why can't you just meow like other cats, Minnie? I want to leave the room, John. I'm going to start knocking over your stuff to let you know. Minnie, that's an asshole move. Ow. What am I doing? Ow. Sorry, controller. Yeah, there we go. Minnie taken care of. She probably needed to go take a business call, but I don't know why she does that. I think she thinks if she climbs around my room enough, she'll find a secret escape passage. It's like, Minnie, how long have you lived with us? You're coming up to 12 years old. You should know by now. That's not how it works. Okay, we'll get to Dragon Guard later, but Dragon Guard 1 and 2 I've never played, but I'm huge Nier fan, Nier Automata, Nier Gestalt. Though I haven't played Replicant yet, but I have it. But I've not played Dragon Guard 1 and 2, and I hear they're kind of janky and old, but I do want to check them out. Oh yes. Silent Hill 4, The Room. Now I haven't put any Silent Hill 4s on here yet. I'm probably going to put Silent Hill 4 here. Silent Hill 4 is a game I want to like more than I do. Because I like its story, and I like its characters, and I like the horror it's going for. But the choice to throw out all of the established mechanics and systems that Silent Hill used for something a bit more Resident Evil, because reviewers thought that Silent Hill 3 was, quote, too derivative or didn't innovate enough, was a huge mistake. It holds that game back so much, having, you know, a different system that's not well fleshed out. Stuff like how health items don't stack in your inventory. Bullets don't. Like, you can own your bullets, 10 bullets as a stack takes up 1 inventory slot. So if you want to take like 50 bullets with you, that's 5 inventory slots, not including the gun. It's such an odd decision. And then, of course, there's the part of the game where you go through all the levels again, but with an escort. And though you do some different parts of those, I think what would have been a bit better is just to have extended the original levels out and just made a different if you were going to revisit the levels with Eileen, I think they should have been new areas, not just slightly remixed versions of the areas. But because I put Silent Hill 4 in, I just want to clarify so it's understood. Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, masterpieces. These are the versions to play. I know it's hard. I know they're expensive. Johnny Baggett does not mind how you get these. But there's no version of these games on the market that actually portray what these games were, what their stories were, what their presentation were. If you play the HD collection, I'm sorry, objectively you are getting a different experience because the fundamental storytelling and environmental storytelling and atmosphere building is fundamentally different in that version. Some of it intentional, some of it not intentional, but you're not getting the same experience. It's the difference of like watching the narrated version of Blade Runner versus watching like the full intended cut. Like, it's quite a big change. And also, imagine if that cut was like a shitty version that was recorded from like a camcorder in a movie theater, and that's the HD collection. There is the on PC. There is the enhanced mod. If it's your first time playthrough, I don't know how easy it is to do, but if you use the enhanced mod, make sure you're not using any of the new textures or models, because in my opinion, a lot of those mess with art directions and try to fix issues and that are not just poor issues. When you start getting into, oh, I think the developer of the original PS2 game made a mistake here in the environment design, in the texture design, I think that's shaky ground, personally, because art is the way it's finished. Like, what the end product is the art, and a lot of that can be unintentional, and an artist could come in and say like, oh yeah, the only reason the game ended up like this or the movie ended up like this is because we had to do it this way for time. I think one of the famous examples is Twin Peaks. The guy who played Bob showed up in a shot by accident. He was like a backstage hand on set who just happened to get caught in a shot, and David Lynch loved the way he looked so much. He was like, no, you're going to play Bob now. And went from there. If someone then said, oh, well, that's a mistake, so I'm not considering it, I need to fix that, that would be weird, right? Right? So that's my feeling on like trying to like fix and correct stuff in these games. You can get them running decent on PlayStation 2 emulators as well, but you need to have a bunch of compatibility stuff set because they use so PS2 specific rendering techniques and stuff like that. They can be very hard to do. Don't ask me to pick which one of these is the better game. Some days I'll say Silent Hill 3, and some I'll say Silent Hill 2. I mostly lean towards 3 because it plays better, it's got better combat and better systems, and it's the scarier game. And Silent Hill 2 is the more introspective one, and the more dread-filled one, and the more personal one. But they prosper for very different reasons, you know? Okay. Street Fighter EX3 is, I'm going to put in the bad but good thing, because it's a very weird game for a launch PlayStation 2 title. It doesn't really feel like a PlayStation 2 title. It's a very weird take on the Street Fighter EX gameplay, and not really what fans were looking for. But it actually has a lot going for it. Like, it has unique tag combos and fun presentation, and like 2-on-2 modes and 3-on-1 modes and crazy boss fights in the story. But it's put together in such a weird kind of rushed, shoddy way that I think it fits in this category. I think I'm actually going to move Final Fight Streetwise to bad, because I think the more I think about it, the enjoyment's more ironic than it is this game, where this game is in spite of its flaws. I think that's the best way to think of it, is these are games to like in spite of their flaws, whereas the enjoyment of these are because of their flaws. I think that's what I'm going to be happy with. Alright, Test Drive Unlimited. I put this on here. I need to play more, but this is a fascinating port that feels like it shouldn't work. And obviously, the PC version is the better version to play and has content that the PS2 version doesn't. But interestingly, the PS2 version has content that the PC version doesn't. Where they kind of flesh stuff out to make it work better as like an offline game, even though it had an online mode. But it's just impressive on PlayStation 2 because it has the entire map of like Hawaii that was in the PC one. Like, it has all the same races, the same map, all the locations. It just kind of lacks like the character customization, and some of the online functionality is different. Alright, Haunting Ground. Haunting Ground, I'm going to put in great. Haunting Ground is a weird one in its history. It's Haunting Ground is a spiritual follow-up to the Clock Tower series in some ways. So Clock Tower was like made by a Japanese company called Human, and somehow for Clock Tower 3, Capcom and Sunsoft made that game together, and it's a crazy game where it's like half survival horror with the chase stuff, but then there's like magical girl transformations, and you like fight them with like this bow, this magical bow. It's nuts, and it's got amazing motion capture for the time, both in a good and a bad way. And Haunting Ground was kind of Capcom taking what they had done with that game and some cut ideas for what Resident Evil 4 was going to be, one of the like cancelled initial pitches, and turned into like a stalker survival horror, you know, like where you can't really fight back, you can only kind of like stun them and run away in like context sensitive areas. But it's a really interesting game that covers a lot of the like abuse and mistreatment that women kind of just like is expected of them to go through, kind of like the leering and being seen as like objectified and being used just for the whims of men and things like that. And it even uses its fixed camera perspective to tell that story, where the camera feeds into the idea that your character you're playing as, the girl, figure name's Fiona, is being watched and perved on. Like, it's an interesting thing because you're both taking the point of view of Fiona, but also the point of view of what is oppressing her, like what she's feeling through the eyes of someone else who's causing that feeling. And it's a rare game nowadays. It costs like a couple of $100, though the PAL version's a little cheaper, and it runs in 60 hertz. So if you're like insistent on playing it on physical disc, yeah, just get like a PAL copy and then get like a free McBoot card so you can like change your console OS. but it still costs a lot to get, so I won't fault you if you have to attain it another way. It's definitely tough, and some of the puzzles can be a bit incomprehensible and a bit obscure for their own good. But it's such an interesting take on that style, and it's also got a really interesting use of music, where the music, instead of being like CD audio, DVD audio, it's MIDI stuff that's like the time manipulates and dynamically moves with when you're being chased. But it's such a cool game. Okay, let's try and ban these out because I don't have too much left. I don't remember if I put this on here, Grandia 2. I'm going to put this in Might Play. I think because I own this game is why I put it in here. But I don't actually know if I will. But I might. Alright, King of Fighters, Maximum Impact, Regulation A. I want to check this out because I never knew that this 3D era of King of Fighters existed. And this is the Japanese only one that has exclusive characters that was never in Maximum Impact 2. Ah, yes, Kin of Route 66. This is the follow-up to 18-Wheeler. I need to play more of it, but it's a way more substantial game. It's got, like, stuff from the arcade version, but it also has console-exclusive campaigns with, like, upgrades and unlocks and things like that. And really fun to play on wheel as well. Alright. Time Crisis 2. This is going to bother some people. I think this is one of the greatest rail shooters, light gun shooters of all time. And this package in particular is amazing because it's not advertised as such, but it is a remake. The graphics are completely done from the ground up. The cutscenes are actually changed. The original cutscenes were hand animated. The cutscenes in this were motion captured. So they motion captured new cutscenes and matched the scene, like the camera angles and scene transitions to the original. And then it has so many extra modes. It has like missions that they built out of the existing levels, and then like clay pigeon mini games and like quick fire mini games. It's such a dense package and just such a good light gun shooter. The only problem I have with it is it's shorter than Time Crisis 1 and shorter than Time Crisis 3. And I wish it was like half an hour longer in like the main arcade run. But the original arcade game was like that as well. And I do believe I put Time Crisis 3 on here as well. We'll find it in a sec. Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam, I never played. But I've done some research into what this PS2 version is, which is the better version because the Wii one's all motion controls. It actually seems kind of cool. It's not maybe up to the quality of the series, but I want to give it a chance. Okay, Flipnik, great. Even though I haven't finished it, this is like a really abstract, interesting, like full adventure game take on pinball with interesting 3D environments, side quests, such a crazy art style. Really sleeper hit on PlayStation 2 that a lot of people haven't heard of. If you don't like pinball, you might not get into it, but there's so much going for it. Alright, Proper the Rapper 2. I think I'm also going to put this in the Masterpiece section. This game does not get talked about enough. It is better than Parappa the Rapper 1. There's a lot more music variety. Really fun story. The visuals are great. There's also like repeat content. Like once you beat the game once, they'll actually remix the stages, so it's not the same like commands they give you. It's just so much fun, so stylish. I really wish Nana Onsha had done more stuff like this on PS2, but they did the weird like Vib Japan only games like Vib Ripple and the calligraphy game and stuff like that, and those were so Japan specific. Yeah, you gotta do your show. I'll probably raid in a bit, so let's try and blast through these really quick. Under the Skin is a weird Capcom, like, puzzle game that I really want to try. The main thing I know about it is you're an alien that can, like, possess people to solve puzzles, and there's a Raccoon City level where you can possess Jill Valentine and Nemesis. So that's why it's on the list. R Racing Evolution. This is a Simcade spin-off of Ridge Racer. Also a weirdly horny game, but I hear it's kind of fun because it has like a character-driven story mode. And I want to check it out sometime. Alright, Ready to Rumble Boxing Round 2. I played a shitload of the first one. I've never played this sequel. I know it's also on Dreamcast, but I think the PS2 version does look a bit nicer. I really like the first game. I think there's some stuff about like the characters and the style that's probably aged poorly. But I really like the mechanics of Ready to Rumble Boxing, and it's a shame what happened to the series after Midway collapsed. Alright, Urban Chaos Riot Response. We streamed the PAL version that I was testing the disc for. This does seem like a really cool game, but the PS2 version runs really badly. You probably want to play this on Xbox. So we're going to put it there. And the story goes some real crazy places from what I've heard. Jet Li's Rise to Honor. This is another first-party Sony game. It's a really fun, like, John Woo, Matrix-y style beat-em-up. It's the game that started the whole attacking with the analog stick thing. It's really fun. The main thing that holds it back is they force stealth sections into the game that aren't actually stealth section. They are just trial and error memorization, where it's like, okay, run to this bit, you hit a trigger, run backwards because it activates a person, then run forwards. That's all it is. So, not great. Now, this one I put on here, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, and the reason why is, and I'm going to put it in Great Play Elsewhere, because the PS2 and the Xbox version have exclusive content that isn't in the PC version. They both have an opening level that's like seems to be what was supposed to be the original opening level for the PC version, but was missing. And then the Xbox version has full 2-player co-op. And then there's like upgrade systems in both versions. But the Xbox version is probably the better one. Wipeout Fusion. I'm a big fan of the Wipeout games, but I've not played many of them outside of the PS3 one. So I need to play more. And that was a very early Wipeout game. Speaking of, Wipeout Pulse is a PS2 port of one of the PSP ones. I need to play more, but the frame rate's really bad. They didn't target 60 for some reason. So it like runs a really kind of poor frame rate for like a Wipeout game. It's very strange. Rumble Roses. Now hear me out. This game is horny on main. We all know that. But I hear it's actually kind of a compelling wrestling game. It's made by Ukes, who were, you know, doing all the WWE stuff at the time. And this actually let them kind of experiment with that system. This is the better one. I hear that the 360 game's actually worse. And this also has a very goofy, cheesy story mode. You would probably put this in the bad but good section, but I need to actually get more hands-on with the gameplay before making that judgment. X-Files Resist or Serve is going to be on stream. It is a weird survival horror take on X-Files. I'm a big X-Files fan. Like, literally, the opening level is basically a Resident Evil 2 kind of hark. Alright, The Simpsons Skateboarding. I put this on here because I've played it. It is terrible. It's one of the worst games I've ever played on PlayStation 2 that's like got a big property behind it, and definitely one of the worst Tony Hawk clones you can play. Feels like whoever made it had never played Tony Hawk. They'd only seen someone else play it in a room that they were in for like a couple of minutes. Hello, Tag. Thank you for the good day wish. There's a Dragon Guard 1. That's going to be a plan to play. Here you go. Super Buster Move. Buster Move 4 is one of my favorite PlayStation 1 games. But I've never played this PS2 one. So I need to play more of it. Also, yes, that is the real box art for the game. It is silly. I think that's one of the reasons why it probably didn't sell very well. Because that's such a terrible box art. Like, no, I don't want to buy a video game that's got like a weird baby on the front. Yes, PlayStation 2 Goemon. A couple of years ago, it got revealed that this game had a full English translation basically done that got cancelled. So it got leaked and made working, and we're going to check it out one day. But I want to play that Nintendo 64 Goemon game first. But I wanted to highlight that. Okay, Tokyo Extreme Racer. Now this represents the entire series. So this is both all the Tokyo Extreme Racers and Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift games that are like one gun racers and like, you know, like Initial D style stuff. I hear these are kind of underrated and cult classics, and I want to get to them at some point. But I wanted to highlight them because they're not on here. Ninja Assault is a weird Namco cross Sega light gun shooter that they made in like for the Naomi Dreamcast like hardware that got a PlayStation 2 port with some extra content. I played a bit of it with my nephew. It's kind of fun, but it's a bit lower, like not as polished as their other stuff, but I haven't gone through the whole game. Ah, yes, Total Overdose. I want to play this at some point. I hear it's like a kind of fun take on that, some of that GTA formula, but it's more of a like first-person shooter Max Payne kind of take on it. Oh hell yeah, eco music. Treasure Planet. I've messed with this one a little bit. Turns out this is a Jack and Daxter clone, but kind of pretty good. And I really like the movie Treasure Planet, so I want to give that one an honest try. This is Twisted Metal Head On. This one I just want to check out because I missed out on PS2 era Twisted Metal. Virtua Cop Elite Edition. This is a PAL and Japan only remake of Virtua Cop 1 and 2 as one package. That's really good. Works with light guns, 2-player. It also has interesting mechanics where you're allowed to use... You're allowed to play Virtua Cop 2, but with the Virtua Cop 1 system and vice versa. It's kind of wild. But it's surprisingly not talked about much. Vampire Knight. This is another Sega Namco crossover. It is like a early 2000s goth vampire take on like Sega light gun shooters. But I haven't actually played it yet. It's got really hilarious voice acting though, and people in trench coats with guns who shoot vampires. So, 10 out of 10. But I'll play it first. PS2 version of Yakuza 2. We're going to stream at some point. Some people tell me this is a leagues better than Kiwami 2. We'll see, because people told me that Kiwami is better than Yakuza 1 on PlayStation 2, and I do not agree. That game, the combat in that game was really rough and did not hold up and was kind of a chore to get through. Spawn Armageddon is Namco's like Devil May Cry take that we're going to check out one day, which I believe got made because Todd McFarlane got like Spawn into Soul Calibur 2. Ah yes, SSX on tour. I put this on here because a bunch of the SSX games are on here. This game I think is bad, but I'm going to put it in mid because it's not technically bad. It's just such a bad follow-up to SSX 3. I think it was made by a different team. The art style and aesthetic is completely different. The kind of like funky, like urban, colorful looks gone, and they went for like, oh, like teenager scribbling in their book and like metal and punk music, and it just doesn't fit. You no longer play as like characters with unique personalities and dialogue. You're just your boring creative character with no dialogue. And the course and mountain design's not as good. They try to make like a more realistic mountain, but it means that the courses are kind of generic and you're always just going downhill. Even though they made it all interconnected, it's not as interesting as SSX3's map. And also, it runs at a worse frame rate. I would have rather they have targeted 60 FPS. Sopranos, Road to Respect. Give them the fettuccine uppercut. I need to play more of this, but this is going to go in the bad but good category because I love Sopranos, and this is such an interesting thing. And this game's going to go down in history. Like you do get all the cast of the show reprising their roles, and it's a very goofy beat 'em up, but it is not a good one. But I think it does have charm. Oh, here we go. King of Fighters 2006, aka Maximum Impact 2. I want to play this one, much like Regulation A. We'll put them next to each other. This one has like all the story content and crazy unlockable costumes. But I just want to give it like a proper go. The Nightmare Before Christmas. This is Capcom turned Nightmare Before Christmas into a stylish action game. Yes, literally. This is running in the Devil May Cry 3 engine. In the Scuff era, we started playing it, and then my original Xbox hard drive died. Also, I think I need to sort out the fin. But we are going to stream it one day as part of Action Sack. It's definitely a bit more... There we go. It's a bit more casual than Devil May Cry, but it's definitely in that same genre. And it's a sequel to the movie. It's an original story, and it's even got like musical numbers in it. Time Crisis 3. I know where I'm putting this. I used to, when I was younger, thought this was a step down for Time Crisis 2, but now that I've played it, I actually do think it's a better game. This is the one where they introduce multiple weapons, a more thorough story, Wild Dog gets his own tag team partner, and the PS2 version has an entire exclusive campaign where you play as this lady who's in the main story. So again, huge package of content, really fun game. Again, these are my like... This, Time Crisis 1, 2, 3 are like my 3 favorite rail shooters of all time. Maybe mix like House of the Dead 2 in there somewhere. Okay, Transformers. This is a kind of not talked about Transformers game I need to play more of, but I was really liked back in the day. It's kind of got like an open... It's got like big open areas, kind of like you're playing something like a Mercenaries, but not with the like destructive force, but kind of like open map, but with like set objectives on it. And you can like freely transform and drive around at any time, and there's multiple characters. And I think it's a lot better than the like 2008, 2009 Transformers game that's based on like the Michael Bay movie. True Crime New York City. Though this is, I think this is mostly considered like not a great game. I think it has a lot of potential, and the PS2 version is the better version, and I really liked the first True Crime back in the day. This game has got a lot of craziness in it, where you can play as like the dirtiest dirty cop ever, which I believe upset the New York Police Department at the time, which is hilarious. Alright, Phantasy Star Universe. This one I plan to play because I love Phantasy Star Online, and this is the weird... Oh yeah, on PS2 they just made like a single player, like story-driven Phantasy Star online style game, as opposed to like the like the more like traditional Phantasy Star ones that were like on Master System and Mega Drive. But this is quite a long game with like a lot of dialogue and story. And also the online stuff you can't really access anymore. You have to use like fan servers, but that's not the version you would play. LA Rush. This was Midway taking their like San Francisco Rush series and trying to turn it into like an open world street racing game. This doesn't seem to be that well regarded, but it has a lot going for it that I want to check out. So I want to give it an honest try. Here we go. Mace Grissin Bounty Hunter. I asked someone, hey, Halo was like big in this era. Were there any Halo clones on PlayStation 2? And someone told me about Mace Griffin. And I read up about it, and it sounded awesome. And the main thing with it is, I guess it's a very obvious Halo clone, but the big gimmick is that you can you have a little battleship, and while it's flying, you can just get out of the cockpit, let it fly around, and just like walk around your ship, and you can like freely fly into space stations with no loading times. And I had a lot of fun. I need to play more of it, but I'm gonna say don't play the PS2 version because it's very downscaled. Like the frame rate's pretty rough and the texture quality is really compressed. Either play the Xbox or the PC version. Now I need to do some more research on the PC one, but I stand by that. From what I played, that game is really cool. Whiplash is a super weird like mascot-y platformer where you play as like a some sort of like ferret-y looking rodent handcuffed to a talking rabbit, and you whip the rabbit. It kind of reminds me of like a more linear like Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank. Me and my nephew have played it and it seemed fun, but I need to do like a playthrough of my own, and I might stream it actually. Aha! Resident Evil Dead Aim. I actually did play this back in the day with the light gun stuff. It is goofy, it is silly, but I think it does have some stuff going for it. We're going to stream this one day when I have a CRT monitor that I can put on my desk. But I need to get like a CRT that's like something like 12 inches, 15 inches, something like that. Aha, Bombastic. I didn't know about this. Devil Dice was like a puzzle game on PS1 I loved, I always wanted. And then randomly I got this like in an eBay bundle. And it turns out that this is a PS2 version of Devil Dice. I need to play it a bit more. But Devil Dice is awesome. So I'm just going to put it in great. They changed the mechanics a little bit in this one. But Devil Dice is an amazing puzzle game. Sleeper hit. Okay, we're getting there. Okay. Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast is great. Yeah, probably best with the Xbox version, but if you can't play the Xbox version, play the PS2 version. There is a PSP one, which is surprisingly decent, but it's very scaled down. Outrun 2006 is like a compilation of Outrun 2 and Outrun 2 SP. It's the amazing Outrun 2 gameplay, both sets of 15 courses, and like loads of unlockable music and tracks, and a full like single player campaign like missions. Alone in the Dark 2008 got a PS2 version that I loaded up for the Bad Gamer Hall of Fame Discord, and it's fucking hilarious. And I one day want to do a full playthrough, and we're talking about doing something about that one day. But I think it is good just because of like what it was trying to go for. Also, I'd say this is better than playing the Wii one, because the Wii one is all motion controls. This is just the Wii version without the motion controls. But it somehow is bad, but wraps all the way around to being good. But we gotta do a full playthrough. Downhill Domination, I need to play more of. But this is a very good game. I would probably put it somewhere around here. But I need to play more of it. Like, go through, like, the actual single-player campaign. Urban Reign is a game I always wanted back in the day. Did not have. This is a beat-em-up made by Namco, and I think some of the Tekken developers. That seems really cool. Critical Velocity, I put on here. This is a Japan-only street racing spin-off of Ridge Racer that I've messed with. Again, seems cool. Sadly, has not had a patch yet. But, you know, more Ridge Racer is only a good thing. Sled Storm. This is a weird SSX spin-off that is based like a spiritual successor to a PS1 game. But this literally has SSX characters in it. I do need to play more of it, though, to really form my opinion on it. But it has announcement done by Mean Gene Okerlund, rest in peace, of, you know, like WWF fame. Hopefully nothing came out bad about him recently, because I'm going to regret saying that. And then Dragon Guard 2. Along with Dragon Guard 1, which I'll try and pair them up if I can remember where I put Dragon Guard. There we go. Alright, so this list has a lot of work to do. We have quite a lot to get to here. A lot here that I have a lot more to say that I don't want to rush through. But I do think we got about halfway through. As you can see, I have a lot of games on here that I want to check out one day. That I seem cool, or I've only played a little bit of. But when it comes to games that I myself have played, these are them. And I think this is a pretty good look at both cool games for the system, but also where my tastes lie. Because as you can see, there is a lot of hack and slash, a lot of survival horror, and a lot of rhythm games and arcade racers, all at the top here. even some a bit around here. We didn't get to much fighting game stuff yet, but there's going to be some fighting game stuff that is going to reach the top here. So what I'm going to do quickly... Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, GM Lizard, for the follow. So I'm going to save this. So unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to save it to my profile. So what I might have to do from here on is download the image, and then we'll have to, like, add them together. It's so annoying. Why doesn't Tier List Maker let me save my own copy of the template that I can modify? That's all the site needs. Oh, Amai. Yeah. Amai's cool. Retweets all my stuff. Okay. Johnny Bags. PS2 opinions. Unfinished. Unfished? Unfinished. A description. It's cool. I appreciate the lurkers. You're all good. Cha. Okay. Tier Maker should let me. Worst come to worst, I'll make my own template. Oh, probably Silent Hill 3, but on it depends how I'm feeling. Silent Hill 3 I find to be the scarier game with the better gameplay, and the characters are so good in it. But there's stuff about Silent Hill 2 that I like more than 3. I just wish Silent Hill 2 had more melee weapons, had a more balanced hard mode, and had a better balanced hard combat mode. Oh, and wait. Did I say that already? Yeah, but more balanced hard mode, more combat weapons, and just was a little bit more scary, because it's kind of more like existential scare as opposed to like just the world itself is scary and you don't know what you're looking at. Okay, so let me save and edit existing templates, but this will do for now. Okay. Well, I'm saving this. Let me have a look at it quick and just see how it looks. Yeah. Okay. I'll post this on Twitter later. What I'm probably going to do is I'll probably make my own custom tier list that has the games that I added to it, and make that like a separate file. I'll do that off stream. I did do a hard mode riddle playthrough. And I wouldn't say they're frustrating. You definitely need like a pen and paper. And it was probably more frustrating to watch. than anything else. But I hear that, like, Silent Hill 3's hard riddles are kind of crazy. But yeah, because I've added custom images, I can't save it and remix it later. And I think what will happen if I like turn off my PC or leave this tab for long enough, it will like delete the images I added. But I'm happy with what we've done so far. But oh boy, is there a lot left. As you can see, some of these I have a lot of opinions on and some that I don't know. And I might double check the games I put in my don't plan to play list and see if there's any that I would maybe reconsider. But I'm probably not going to play all these ESPN and FIFA games anytime soon. If ever. But maybe Brother in Arms is like a good game and I just don't know enough about it. Okay, well. You know what? Hang on a sec. Studio mode. Just chat in. Here we go. We're going to keep the PS2 music going. Yeah, those PS Ben 10 games are a gem. Well, there you go. It's just I never watched Ben 10, so I have no affinity for it. So maybe it's amazing. I don't know. Sometimes I've played licensed games where I don't know the license, but the game's good. Well, boy, that was a lot of work. But God, I had so much fun doing this. Like going through all these games and just all the stuff I think about it. I have so many thoughts on this stuff. I have too many thoughts taken up and erasing crucial memories in my brain. Oh, but I thank you all for being on this journey. We will come back to this. If I'm still kind of under the weather next week, we might come back to it then. I think because Ben 10 would have been after my time. Like, I would have been watching more adult things at that point. Well, I say more adult, still like teen stuff, but, you know. Well, I need to go rest because I've been talking non-stop, which is probably not good for my throat. But we are going to raid into Bad Game Hall of Fame, who are doing their Bad Game chance time today. Friend of the show. They've been helping me out a lot recently. And we're going to try and collab at some point. But support them. They do amazing work. Covering and highlighting games that are usually considered bad. Putting more insight into the development. And things like that. But I hope you enjoyed the show. I was your host, Johnny Baghead. And again, I apologize about being sick. I will hopefully be recovered in a week or two's time. And be back on camera so everyone can enjoy all my bag in its glory. But, yeah. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye-bye. Woo! Beep, 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 boop.